Hello, and welcome to Roll4It, the lovely tabletop RPG show where we get to have some of your favorite YouTubers and streamers play some fun tabletop roleplay games. Today we're playing Dark Heresy. We're back in the universe of the Warhammer 40Ks, and of course everything is gribbly and out to get them. Currently they are stuck on a penal world, currently trying to find out the source of some sort of weird alien parasites.
I love the term gribbly.
Yeah, I need to ask.
This is so good.
I need to ask.
Everything gribbly.
It's the most
Oh,
English
right.
word ever. It's
I've got
clear that someone
getting
English
character
is
now.
called Gribblies now.
Go all
And
Sith.
it's a lovely term for things that want to murder you. Gribblies.
Gribbly.
It's like nasty and comes from the dark and stuff and icky. Gribbly. Totally.
We're not starting the show now. I refuse anyways. The show is not started. I'm in denial.
Okay. So yeah, we'll be continuing with that plot line. We've of course got Avak, Bentham, Shenry, and Splat playing as characters, and of course myself, Interrogation, as GM. So, before we dive right back in and continue, do we want to talk about the Patreon? Splat? Or do you want to nominate someone?
Yeah. So we are completely in total. We used to do donations and stuff like that, but we decided we wanted to give back to our community and kind of do extra content for the way that you provide for our living here on the internet. And so anyways, this show is completely and totally supported by about 400 people.
On the internet.
Yeah, about
I
400
live on the
people.
internet. I don't know about you, Avak.
I sail the
true.
cyber seas.
That
When I'm not
YouTube life.
recording role-playing games, I've actually got a cybernetic peg leg.
Yeah.
A little cyber parrot. It's great.
It's just
Yar.
memes, food, sleep. Memes, food, sleep. That's the YouTuber's life. But yeah, there's like 400 people who have decided they want to support the show financially and make sure that we all don't become destitute and become homeless. So anyways, you should check out
I
the
don't like being
Patreon. You get
homeless.
bonus VODs. Being homeless is weak. It's very, very weak. You get bonus VODs. You get access to character sheets and all kinds of behind-the-scenes stuff. You get access to the monthly vote where we choose what faction we're going to fight in Dark Heresy. We are looking for a way to implement that into the D&D campaign as well, although we haven't worked on that consensus entirely too much yet. But anyways, it's a great way for you to support the show and make sure that we don't go anywhere. So thank you very, very much, and you should check that out.
Or that EE has to play as a GM in his EV onesie. That's also a possibility.
Yeah.
Is that the vote this month?
Yeah, that's totally
Yeah,
the
well,
next month.
everyone has been like, well, what's the GM going to cosplay as whenever we get the cosplay tier? I mean, the GM is like playing so many things. It's like, well, when you have that many different characters, they kind of all just amalgamate into one Eevee. That's how it works. It's kind of like you get all
It does
colours
work
become
that. An
brown.
EV can turn into
Get
many different
all-
things.
I just need
just
like an Imperial Guard
E
Stone,
can
Depth
turn into many
Mechanicus
different
Stone,
characters.
Arbide Stone. Yeah, that's totally how it works. So yeah, you can go support us on Patreon. That's the main way of supporting the show, if you do choose so. If you want to support in a different way monthly, you can subscribe here on Patreon. I just see someone called Sumi just subscribed, so thank you very much.
Hey, Sumi.
And of course, if you want to support on a single one-off, because I know some people are a bit iffy about supporting on a rolling basis, you can also still tip if you do choose to do so. And of course, you can always use Twitch bits, which are a thing.
Remember, Bantam does accept sexual favors as a form of ping.
He does.
Excuse me?
Yes, he's
Why did I
ravenous.
agree to this?
Absolutely ravenous.
Yep, it happens.
The man's an animal.
Casanova has nothing on Bantham's.
They don't call him the Gene Stealer for nothing.
Wow. Wow.
So,
It's like
I just love it.
without-
It's
it's
like
like
his
you're
on
saying
plus
that-
is like, I will grin.
it's like you're saying when he's not in school and he's not playing Factorio and he's not recording with us.
Or Rodna.
He's out there like helping sheep reproduce. That's his job, right? Collecting
Wait, how
semen
did he
somehow.
go- How did he
What?
go from being a
don't
man
think I
about
wanna
the
last.
ladies to a sheep fucker? Hold on, we made a big jump here.
Yeah. I
I was going in like the ladies' man direction. I was going in a Don Juan direction, and now, hold on, Bentham,
Wow.
you better fight back.
I don't know. I don't know how to respond to this. These accusations. They are spurious and false.
Honesty is the best policy, Bentham.
You gotta be careful, Shen, man. There's libel law over in England. You gotta watch out. You get yourself into trouble.
You know, all sorts of crazy claims.
Terrible.
and I guess that's a good point for us to dive into what happened on the show in the last few episodes. So, they were sent to Seri Custodes, which is a penal world, as part of the Inquisition, whose job is to protect the sort of realm of man from all the gribbly threats, are they outside, inside, or beyond, in the case of demons.
Ridley.
Oh yeah, I'm going to use the word more and more now.
Gribbly!
They managed to find out that someone was sort of incubating these parasites, and then using them to like infect prisoners and then harvesting them for brain juice. They found out what was going on, went over to MaxSec facility Delta, which point they kind of made a few discoveries, were set upon by some of the Arbites and a lot of the prisoners. Managed to fight their way out, convinced a lot of the Arbites to come with them. They set off due to the fact that Delta was going to be destroyed by a nuclear failsafe that was implemented. They managed to get just about far enough away. It was destroyed. They then headed for Beta, which is the main facility. They got into Beta, and after knocking out a lot of maintenance workers and stealing a number of overalls, they managed to make their way into the governor's palace to try and warn the governor. However, Marshal Trant, who was sort of masterminding this operation apparently, had somewhat taken the governor captive, infected him with a brain slug, the side effect which means that he will respond to doing certain things when asked and so forth, and had given the failsafe code to destroy Delta. A pretty intense fight ensued with some really unlucky rolls on behalf of Cassius. Garrett surviving quite a long time without any armor on whatsoever, having taken his plate mail off to really fit into his overalls.
The only rolls that actually worked during that combat were defensive rolls. If it was defensive, everybody was making it. If it was offensive, no, it was everybody swinging at each other and just dodging over and over and over again the entire fight.
Yep. And basically, eventually, they did manage to down Marshal Trant after bringing him down, setting him on fire, getting him into the negatives, and then suddenly Garrett unleashed a torrent of ridiculously strong, like really crazy high rolls damage on his last pistols, which finally brought Marshal Trant down. With that, they managed to secure the governor. Arbite stormed in, crashed the place. They were arrested temporarily on a bit of a miscommunication going on. Everything got straightened out. The governor's wife appeared, told them to come with her, took them to decent medical care. Carolinus went and helped out with the governor with the extraction of the parasite, which, while a somewhat difficult test, Carolinus did with seeming ease. Basically, like arms behind his back, Mechadendrite doing the work for him. And the governor's wife thanked you, and you basically went into a little bit of downtime in time to recover, at which point you get all your fate and all your wounds back. And you've, of course, got a few new goodies from the requisition rolls. As at this point, we join you back.
Fireworks outside. If you can hear a boom, 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 boom. Boom. I don't know where those fireworks are going off. They're fairly close up by the sound of them. I do apologize.
Can't hear them. It's fine. It's probably just the governor celebrating being alive again.
To be fair, if I had just been infected by a cranial leech, I probably would be living in large at the moment.
Yeah. But we join you back where effectively all four of you are effectively in what is sort of a recreation restoration sort of facility inside the hospital. All three of you who were badly injured or whatever. I know Garrett had most of his face missing, not permanently.
My leg looks like a marshmallow that was left over a campfire for too long.
Yeah, your leg is a little bit bubbly in places, but
I'll be spending quite a lot of my downtime tending to everyone else.
Yeah, I'm executing everybody, by the way. My report is already filed. This shit's ready to go. It is not going to be a good week for the Arbites. It's going to be a bad week once I get my report filed.
You're just cruel at heart. Unforgiving.
They were punching you in the head till you were almost dead. They handcuffed you and beat you until you almost died.
Yeah, but you just wiped my memory, right? I don't remember that.
Imply that that's the reason you're having them executed. You're having them executed because they said, I don't care who you are. You're going to jail because we said so.
I'm having them executed because they have no respect for the Inquisition. They don't respect us, and therefore examples need to be made. Heads on pikes, bodies on palisade walls.
The Inquisition, what a show.
And yes, Carolinus has been helping out a little bit with the healing. Cassius, you have sent your report off, I believe. You said you want to send it off in the downtime.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you sent that report off to Ravan. And we will meet you back up where you are currently all hanging out now that you've effectively got out of any intensive care or any bed rest, etc. And you're effectively going through the last few hours of they're just going to make sure that you're okay, that you're not, going to fall over or kill over any time. There's no lasting symptoms.
Throughout the time that I was caring for everyone, because pretty much everyone, including me, needed a little bit of medical care. Like in Carolinus' case, in my case, that is, it was mostly scrapes and bruises. Brandon was more or less in the same sort of area, but that was after having had a fair chunk of medical care already on the fly. Obviously,
That was impressive, by the way.
Yeah, got me back to just having like 1 damage on me from being completely battered by like shotguns and grenades and all sorts of horrible things.
Yeah, the medics,
And
like, when they were
nuclear
looking at you
blasts.
earlier, they did comment upon that and were like, have you been to a facility before? And you were like, no. Oh, it's just first aid. This was first aid? They were very confused.
Carolinas just spits on a mechadendrite and like pats a bunch of mud on it, and then it's just like pat, 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 and it fixes it up.
Yeah, that's
Just like
exactly how it
tribal
goes.
style.
But I would have actually taken some time. It's generally my whole bedside manner sort of thing. But I would have been trying to ascertain from each individual person in like a just not specifically go off to a quiet room sort of thing, but just sort of like on a 1-to-1 sort of basis. What do you think happened there? What do you think went wrong? Because this is possibly one of the first times that we've genuinely come close to. One of us was close to dying, possibly several of us were close to dying in some sort of cascade scenario. So, like, Carolinas would have gone to some effort to try and just gather people's thoughts, not in any sort of subversive way, but genuinely just sort of like in some sort of peaceful time. So, like, for example, Branda, how did you feel about what happened? Like, what went wrong? What didn't go wrong? What can we do to not be in that position again in the future?
Do you remember the Arbites kicking you in the face over and over again?
Show me on the doll where they touched you.
I think the first thing that went wrong was that they saw us coming. They heard us before we came through the doors, so they were ready.
And does that extend to everything? To the fact that we announced our presence when we came here?
We
It
also
seemed
left
like a
a lot
good
of
plan.
important
We
weapons
all
behind.
agreed to it. This is in no way trying to single anyone out, but trying to refine our strategies for the future. What went wrong here?
They heard us. We need to be more quiet. And we had most of our equipment missing. We made the mistake of entrusting it to the Arbites here that we couldn't trust.
Indeed. We were
Didn't even bring my damn
investigating.
chainsaw.
We were investigating corruption on a world. It was clear enough that this corruption likely lay somewhere with the Arbites, or at least if it wasn't with them directly, they were willfully ignoring it. And we allowed them to have a position of considerable superiority over us. Very well. And so the same question, more or less, posed to Garrett. How would Garrett have responded in those times when I was carefully trying to reattach stuff? Like I've literally grafted half of your ass onto your face to try and get your skin back. I mean, that skin's got to come from somewhere.
Space.
Yeah. Yeah. There's bits of your leg that are now got scarring, but your face is kind of more or less back to the way it was. It's gonna take a few weeks before the scarring is completely more or less gone. You'll have some scars, but they'll just look like battle scars. But yeah, how do you feel about
one
all of this?
opportunity where I can look someone in the face as I'm bleeding all over them and ask them, "You want to know how I got these scars?" I just want to do that once. So just leave a little bit around the lips, okay?
Okay. By his request, I leave him like a bit of a Cheshire grin.
Oh, it's gonna be glorious.
I don't staple your cheeks back together.
Yeah,
Call him Smiley.
You've been quite generous with the staples with Brander, and everyone else has gotten off easy. No staples. It's like you have a thing for Brander.
I clink when I walk around now.
Yep.
I approve
Metal
of the
detectors are just unfortunate. He'll never get through the TSA.
So what did we do wrong? What did we do that we could do differently in the future? I'm not sure announcing our presence was the wisest move, but we didn't seem to have another plan on how to infiltrate the world. So I don't think it was necessarily a poor decision, but it could be something that we should be far more cautious of in the future.
Very well. This was definitely one of the first times that we have openly confessed from the onset without any real provocation our nature as inquisitorial acolytes. Again, we all agreed to it. It didn't seem like there was any other option, as you say. So this is certainly not an accusation, but if we look into other ways, possibly, or at least try other avenues first, that might be a beginning.
Does Carolinus partake in the drink? Because Garrett's going through some wine.
Garrett has no wine.
I'm
in
well
his
aware
facility.
that my capacity for drink
He's pretending
is
it's wine,
significantly
okay?
less than you.
It's nutrient fluid, but cool.
Nutrient
Ew.
fluid.
They got to come up with better branding for that, man. The marketing team's got to work on that nutrient fluid.
It's what plants crave.
Everything a growing assassin needs.
Yeah.
Really is made of people.
Is there
They just don't hide the fact.
anything other than our initial plan? That is as much a victim of circumstance as anything else. It could have worked.
Agreed.
It didn't in this case. We shouldn't simply sign off on ever doing that again. But beyond that, was there anything that we did that you feel that was a mistake in hindsight?
Approaching the city, we could have examined more avenues. I believe we rushed in our approach in the city. Also, when we got in the city, it felt like we rushed. Again, I believe that was because we had a plan set up with a distraction with the team of Arbites that was on the Vox with Carolinus. So, I mean, with the Cassius. So
I wavered away. I mean, you doped up on various painkillers and all kinds of anesthetics. Rare chance that I have actually given you anesthetics while I'm reattaching a face. Usually I don't care. And you've come to understand that while I heal, I also hurt. And you're not sure whether I enjoy that part of
If
my
you
job
continue
or
the
not.
conversation, my doorbell just went off, which is really weird.
Okay.
it's a pizza.
The murderer. He's about to find you.
No, he'll spend the rest of the stream in the shitter.
He's gonna see him go running down the hallway. So close, but so far.
They'll just bust through the door now and attack him. Okay,
I want
carry
to
on.
help you.
I feel like we didn't have many leads on the planet. I'm not sure if our questioning was quite thorough enough.
Very well.
But I do really feel like part of the problem we ran into was the initial circumstance that the person we trusted with information was one of the people behind everything going on. He had complete control over where we went, who we had access to, and with that, he had a lot of opportunities to slow down our investigation. And that being the case, I'm not sure we could have had many more leads. I don't know if it was possible.
Indeed, it seems that we were hobbled in this investigation from the very beginning, and that was just blind and bad luck.
It was. What do you think we could have done better?
Certainly, I feel that we, whilst confessing our true agenda, was one of few options we had available to us. I would be more cautious of going down that avenue in the future. I think that it seemed like the best thing to do, but perhaps we should have tried other avenues. We can always confess that truth after the fact. Even if we have attempted and failed at subterfuge before that, it makes no difference once we show our credentials, whether someone is put out by our initial attempt at a lie or not. They are still compelled to facilitate the investigation. In regards to the engagement, we did as best we could. Once the MaxSec facility was destroyed, we did as best we could with the limited resources we had available. The fact that we were in a position where our resources were extremely limited, I think that needs to be worked on. Having all of our equipment in one place, having made no attempt to plan for an eventuality where we were discovered, where our enemy was a step ahead of us, that was unfortunate. We left our equipment with the Arbites, knowing full well that it was possible the Arbites would be working against us.
You use the words unfortunate. I think that was more negligence on our part than unfortunate.
Indeed. I think that is certainly a lesson we can take from this. We need backup plans.
Agreed.
But a lot of this could simply have come down to again, we were hobbled from the beginning. There was only so much
at this point,
could have gone
as you're having a discussion with the somewhat injured Garrett, a couple of orderlies and a few of the medicus of the facility walk in and go, excuse me, Tech Priest, but I'm afraid our patient needs to get some rest. The planetary governor
fine.
has... Yes, quite. We're just going to give you something to make sure you are fine. He walks up nearby.
Is it wine?
Yes, intravenous wine.
I imagine
Fantastic.
that I can more or less see what they're
Yeah,
about to
they're
do.
giving him an anesthetic and a sedative.
I simply nod in understanding and,
No,
and play along with it.
They gotta make a deceit check.
No, they're not trying to deceive. They're not trying to deceive at all. They're just like, sure, that cool.
I would have to. I'm just saying I would have to.
So I nod. Thanks. Thank you for your time, Garrett, and swift recovery.
Indeed. Would you want some wine?
Yes, but you drink up first. Your
At which
need is
point,
greater than mine.
Garrett is out like a light.
Oh, damn it. I was Never mind. Go ahead. I was going to pick up the end of the IV and just start sucking on it.
The end of the IV is technically in your arm right now.
Yeah, exactly.
Wouldn't be good to uncannulate yourself.
To the medicus, the Medicaid rather. Would it be Medicaid? No, that wouldn't be the
Medicaid would be the
but
plural
anyway.
for the core. The medicus is the person
Yeah.
in charge.
Yeah. The other of my companions who was severely wounded, Cassius, what is his status at the moment?
He is currently stable. We have checked the grafts on his leg, and they seem to be of a high quality, although we have replaced some of the nutrient fluids and so on around the wound. There will be some scarring left, but it looks like a good job was done by yourself, and he will have a full recovery, hopefully within the next couple of days.
That is very good to hear. Very good to hear. Thank you very much for the work and time that you and your co-workers have put into keeping my companions safe. There was only so much that I was able to do given the situation. I know that several of your orderlies have been pulling double shifts.
Yes, well, when the planetary governor's wife tells you to jump so high, and there are certain allowances that can be made, especially when the planetary governor itself has been indisposed.
I give a nod. It is not only the planetary governor who has taken note of your contributions.
At that, he nods and sort of gives a sort of half bow.
And at that, I'm going to go and see Cassius.
You go and check on Cassius. Cassius is also out like a light. It looks like they sedated everyone so that everyone could get a good night's sleep.
I'm going to leave him a note.
Okay.
And I'm going to write it in High Gothic. I'm just going to leave it on his bedside or whatever.
I
And the
can't
note
read
simply
high
is-
Yeah, it's okay. Go on.
It's... Let me just formulate the wording in my mind. The enemies of your Emperor and of the Omnisire fight with weapons and tactics that have left us in a weak position. When next you have a moment, seek me out in private. We have something to discuss. Signed, Carolinas.
Okay. And with that, you can choose to rest up. The facility also has a place made up for you, considering you've been helping out. Or you can go check on the equipment and stuff that's brought down, or you can go find lodgings pretty much anywhere you want around town. The governor's name carries a lot of weight.
I'm actually, for once, going to seek fairly luxurious lodgings.
Okay, sure, in which case, fairly near to the governor's residence, where you had an interesting firefight, probably no more than 14, 16 hours ago at this stage. Maybe a little bit, still within 24 hours.
Fond memories. My friends got, like, the face and their legs melted off. Good
Yeah,
time.
there are a couple of apartments there, and some rooms have already been set aside for you once you leave the facility, and you merely just, call up a few strings and you talk to the secretary of the planetary governor, who already has you effectively on speed dial for any sort of very simple things you need. And she just says that the key will be ready downstairs. You go collect the key, you walk up effectively one flight of stairs to this kind of gilt lift, which is sort of made of bronze and golds. A very fine sort of filigree around the outside. It's not solid walls, they're sort of mesh, and you can see as you go up through the center of what is effectively a spiral staircase, all around these sort of very elaborate wall mounts and mirrors. Wallpaper around is incredibly high sort of quality, sort of gold on black. And as you get up, you get to about the 5th floor, the lift stops, and you enter your apartment. Your apartment is basically a continuation of this, very large. It's basically 4 apartments to a floor of what is effectively a circular building, each apartment taking up an entire quadrant of it. These are also named, by the way, on each floor as Tempestus, Ultima, Oscurus, and so forth, just like the sectors of the Imperium. And you go in, and you've got this one room which has a bed that is basically, imagine a king bed, and then add about 50% in each direction to it. Sort of 4 giant posters on each side, each one sort of carved into the sort of visage of an imperial saint, holding aloft this sort of giant slab on the top, which has sort of this veil material coming down. The balcony outside is a well-made sort of marble stone type local derivative, which is all carved again into the visage of what appears to be some sort of lion-like creature that may have at one point been native to the planet. And it's continuing throughout the apartment to have a look around. You notice that this sort of very fine detail into almost everything, including like mild things like balustrades or whatever, is very much innate to this place. This place is very good quality. You have been lavished with this.
As a point of, like, a basis of comparison, how swanky is this place compared to the sort of swankiness of the Emerald Tigress?
Ooh.
I would assume like not even close, because our dear friend Horatio likes to put gold and like whiskey dispensers on everything.
That's why I was curious.
Yeah, this place is. It's not as in-depth in its ornameness. Like, none of the fittings are actually gold, whereas on the Emerald Tigress, anything that was gold was actually gold. A lot of stuff here is maybe, like, some very fine gold leaf, or, it's fool's gold or stuff like that, just derivatives. Stuff like, the innate decoration that's everywhere in here maybe wasn't quite as in-depth on the Emerald Tigress, because as a ship, they don't go quite as in-depth in things. There are limits to what you can do with bulkheads unless you get really fancy. But anytime you saw something in the Emerald Tigress, it was completely genuine, and there was, like, cabinets of drinks in everywhere and fine technology.
As a way of
exist
quantifying
here.
this, in terms of what this place looks like, it looks more swanky, but in terms of the actual value of this room, insignificant by comparison.
It's probably about 1/10 the value, but the swankiness is probably an extra 50%, vaguely, if we try and quantify it in numbers.
Okay. I just wanted to know what level of luxury
Yeah.
I
mean,
was
to someone
getting
like you,
accustomed to
who
at
can
this point.
easily identify metals and the certain like properties and so forth, you're like, this is the Emerald Tigress. If someone like Garrett went in, he'd be like, oh, this is really kind of funky. Cool.
Okay, cool. Excellent. I'm going to, based on my ability to judge, I am going to make use of the certain amount of credit that I seem to have at the moment until my welcome is outstayed. And I am going to make requests for a personal servitor. I'm going to request certain I'm actually going to put in a request for some very junior member of the Mechanicus to bring along things of the Omnici and text and stuff like that, so I can make this place even a little bit more comfortable for myself.
When it comes
Like,
to the
stay up and study and things like that.
asking for a junior tech priest to come along, they only have so much influence on the tech priests of the world, and there aren't very many of them here. This being somewhat more of a backwater. Like a minor one might come across along at some point, having been asked to just swing by, but they wouldn't effectively become.
Yeah,
like,
that's
when
I wasn't asking for it. That's the thing. Is I wanted a servitor to serve me, but the tech priest to bring me things that a tech priest would know that I would actually be wanting for, as a worshipper of the Omnici.
Yeah,
Because
so
I wouldn't
the
trust
tech priest swings by and brings you sort of a bottle of
worshipper of the Emperor to know
WD-40,
these
etc.
yeah, exactly.
There aren't
Nice.
many
That
servitors on this planet.
Of course.
So your request for a personal servitor is kind of like, we'd like to
Is that
facilitate that.
is that kind
but-
of lewd for a tech priest? When they see a little can of like WD-40, is that go like, ooh?
It's like having like a martini or something, presumably.
I always imagine Avic just hit, like, Carolina's just got to the room and he sees how swanky it is. He's like, "Bring me Mechanicus, children," and like bangs his hand on the desk, and everybody's like, "What the fuck?"
Oh dear.
I want cherubim. Damn it. I want cyber mastiffs.
But you'll effectively get time to rest up and sleep and be, all your fatigues are gone, all your fate's back, all your wounds are back, etc. And any equipment you requisitioned is given to you. At which point, 2 days down the line, unless anyone wants to do anything super important, Cassius, you awaken to find a note written in what you would guess is High Gothic next to you. You've seen enough of it in your time, but unfortunately, you have no experience of reading High Gothic. It's just one of these languages that's always eluded
You
you.
kicked off your plan before they taught
Bunch of
you these
nerd
things 'cause they
speak,
didn't
man.
like
Who's
you.
got time for that shit? Bunch of nerds.
Yeah, apparently people with low intelligence don't have time for it. And with that, unless anyone wants to do anything super important in the next day or so,
I actually take time to rest because it's been a long time since I have literally just rested.
Resting sounds good. Get growing face parts back sounds good.
yeah. And with that, a few days later, Branda, Garrett, and Cash, they're all discharged effectively from the hospital, given effectively a clean bit of health. Branda, you're fine. Garrett, your face is almost as good as new. It just needs a little bit more healing and just natural, just effectively getting the sort of juices and stuff back
Try
into
not
the
to
cells
smile
that need
too
it.
wide. Grasping
Cassius,
around the cheeks. With
there
a
is
little bit
ever so
thinner than-
minor limp.
I
Just
know
a
the
minor
feeling.
limp. It might go away with time. It could be psychosomatic, but there is ever so slightly like you drag your foot a little bit on that side at the moment. It might well go away. That is quite common. You've also got towards the top of the thigh, etc., which is quite well hidden by your ridiculous amount of clothing. There is a lot of puckering and scarring that will go down a little bit as well, but that is likely
Puckering?
to still be some there. Well, it was
no.
energy
Walk
that burned it off, so.
It's my pimp walk now. It's okay. Got a slight
Yeah.
limp when I walk through the hood.
With that, all four of you are effectively summoned to the governor's residence to be there sharpish for lunch at 1 p.m.
Sharpish.
Yes.
Oh boy.
With Governor Kismet and Lady Kismet.
I refuse the invitation.
I attend. I make sure to go to the Sky Beast and get the nicer uniform to replace some of the very battered bits of my usual
Yeah.
uniform.
I asked the hospital staff if they can provide me with some decent clothes to wear.
The hospital staff kind of look at you a little bit nonplussed and, sir,
Surely you know someone.
well, you were staying here by the charity of the Kismets, are you not?
Yes.
Let me look into a few things. And he pops off and he makes a few calls and pops back a minute later and says, there's a tailor coming in 10 minutes. Is that okay, sir?
Fantastic. Bring me more wine.
I love how he's treating the hospital like a hotel.
Yes, sir. And they bring you, again, another bottle of nutrient fluid, which you've
I'm
been
just
chugging all day
slurping
and
on it.
calling wine.
Oh yeah.
10
It's
minutes
mother's
later,
milk.
I definitely attend, and given that for the last 1 or 2 days I've actually been just relaxing and recuperating, I probably attend quite punctually with my robes freshly laundered. In fact, the reds are popping a little bit more, the whites are whiter, is brilliant. They've clearly used as.
Yep. You
No one
really
else
rolled
gets that
really
except
well
for
on your
me.
I don't know what that
cleaning.
is.
To be fair,
I
there's
don't
a,
know why,
there's a laundry
Is that
built
like
into the hotel,
OxyClean?
so like the laundry in the hotel is pretty good quality, so they'll do that for you. But yeah, Garrett, what were you
Polish
going for in the way of
magnetic
like clothing? Like the tailor will make you anything he can make in the next few hours for you.
Whatever they would consider to be proper formal wear on this world.
Okay, so this world is a clean world, so it's got a bit much a mishmash. But since you're meeting the Kismets, he makes you
You
some sort
showed
of
up in an orange jumpsuit.
An orange jumpsuit with the what's it called? A tattoo of barcode on the back of my neck.
yeah.
Yep.
That damn, you got it right there. Like maybe cut it up a bit, turn it into like a suit, just like the jacket out of the old jumpsuit, and. But yeah, no. The guy turns up, and you eventually tell him that you're meeting the Kismets, and he makes you what is effectively a very formal, vaguely sort of Asian style, sort of a cross between a suit and a traditional sort of garb. Sort of a high collar going up, a split down the center, which there's a white sort of vaguely ruffled frontage of color. The suit itself is sort of a deep orange.
Is that it fits over the armor. Has to fit over the armor. I'm not taking the armor off again. Not again.
Okay, make a requisition roll, but at plus 30.
Today's first roll.
Okay, it won't look super inconspicuous because it is still plate armor, but you could probably get away with wearing all but the legs and the helmet, of course. So you can wear your chest and your arms. You could put the legs on underneath. It'd be really bulky though, just the sheer nature of sort of the stuff around the hip and then sort of the sabatons.
It was a 26 target 66 for the MP3 people.
Yeah, sorry, MP3 people. Yeah, so you can get away with wearing most of your armor. And to an extent, you could wear stuff like most of the leg armor, but that would be much more obvious. As it is, a close inspection will probably reveal that there's still armor under there, but it hides it pretty well. You're never going to get away with the helmet, of course.
While the tailor's working, I ask him, what's a good joke that the Kismets probably don't know?
Sorry, sir. A good joke?
It's a prison world. Surely you have some jokes about prisoners.
Any jokes that have to do with work or respecting the lower classes? They've never heard those.
Well, mostly, I laugh at their jokes, I believe, sir.
So you say don't tell jokes. That would offend them?
Well, I guess follow their lead.
Okay. So we're dancing. Got it.
Yes, sir.
All set.
And he finishes, he quickly makes up your suit, like, really quick, and it's sent back to you in a few hours. Just in time for you to effectively put it on and then get in the car that's been sent for you. Cassius and Branda. Cassius, of course, are you turning the car down? Are you turning the car down? You said you didn't want to go.
Go on, be grumpy. No, be grumpy. Be grumpy.
Oh. I'll humor it for now, but I'm not in a good mood.
Okay, so Cassius, somewhat less happy than usual. Do you have your clothing mended, by the way? You're missing most of a leg.
Yeah, I probably should.
So the same tailor comes into you afterwards and says, "Oh, you wanted me to fix some of this clothing for you?"
Yes, please, for dinner.
I'm afraid I don't have some of this. This is quite fine quality. From the Seppers, I guess? I can try and fix it as best I can. I don't have anything quite the same material. Alternatively, I can just make you another suit. What would you prefer?
Another suit is fine. Don't trouble yourself.
And he quickly knocks you together like another suit. You're a pretty easy, like, normal stature. No, like, you're not putting plate mail underneath. He knocks you up another suit quite quickly. And you now have that. That is a very fine quality suit. Also, because of the nature of the suit, and normally he makes suits for people who are higher class and need some sort of vague amount of armor, it will offer 2 points of armor on all locations except the head, if you choose to wear the suit.
Just in case the planetary governor's family tries to murder me again. Hooray.
That would never happen.
Not at all. Branda, do you need any... You probably need some tailoring for your suit, but since it's an Imperial Navy uniform, like, the guy can quite easily...
Yeah, I'm starting to wonder, since
Finally, you're gonna
Brander's
get
always
a
in the same
replacement suit
outfit.
again.
Since he's always in the same outfit, and he's had much of it stapled to his person, does he ever take it off, or is that like part of his skin now?
Oh, it's bad.
I was saying that for the moment I was mostly wearing the alternative suit for like that I got from the captain. That so far I haven't been in a battle with, but I'm sure that'll get wrecked at some point as well.
Okay, you get that brought to you from your possessions and stuff. Where would that have been? That would have been in that Arbex compound. That would be with the general possessions, won't it?
Yeah, the ones that
Well, that'll
were
be
in
on
the,
Skybeast.
interview room. Oh.
Oh, would it be on Skybeast?
Oh yeah,
Would
of
it be
course.
the
You would have
general
taken off
possessions?
Skype, wouldn't you?
Yeah, okay, so it's on Skybeast. So yeah, that's still on Skybeast. They go get it for you. And you eventually all effectively nicely tailored are brought down to a waiting car. This car, obviously to some of your trained eyes, is slightly armored, effectively like a slightly shorter limo. Again, the guys in the suits who are waiting for you obviously are packing. The same guys who were also walking around with Lady Kismet earlier. They are pretty hard asses. Most of your trained eyes would pick out that they have some sort of military training. They also have tattoos showing, see occasionally on like the corner of their neck, or when their sleeve is pulled up to open a door, you might catch a glimpse of some of the tattoos that they have. Without really saying much, just nodding to you, they let you into the car and they drive towards the Kismet residence.
Would I be able to make a law test on those tattoos?
You can indeed. It would be common law Imperial Guard, which you don't have, but
Okay.
since the nature of the area, the fact that it's a fairly local test, I'd give you a plus 30. So you'll be at minus 20 plus 30, so plus 10 on intelligence test.
It wouldn't be at minus 20 because I've got infused knowledge.
You do, so it would just be a plus 30.
Well, hey. Infused knowledge for those at home. Carolinas can treat any common or scholastic law test that he doesn't have as if he had it, but I can't like rise it that way. Wow. That was so
Yeah,
bad.
this is how we start the
1972.
day.
90
That's a
72.
90 on a 72.
Yeah, that's the number of degrees of failure. That's 3 degrees of failure. You just don't know. You're flat out. You're not even like you have got an inkling or you've got any. You're just like, I have no idea what that is.
Fair enough.
Nonetheless, the two guys who greet you to take you down to the slightly smaller waiting car, since you're on your own, treat you the best of respects and stuff, but those don't really say much unless engaged. Pull open the door for you, let you sit in the back, and then they both get up front and start driving.
Getting that 90 out of the way now. The next roll will be a 2.
That's
Yeah,
what I
no,
told myself last week.
Yeah.
The next one, Avak, is going to
Yeah,
be
but
a
you
94.
lied to yourself. I'm not lying to me.
It's going to be a 94, and then you're going to fade it. It's going to be a 95.
Yep.
Yeah, I know.
With that, the cars effectively converge roughly the same time. Carolyn's gets out a little bit earlier, pulling up behind Carolyn's.
And then another nuke goes off.
The larger limo, out getting Brander, Garrett, and Cassius. This time you are now out the front of the residence again. Some of the ground floor looks like it's having a bit of work done on it. Looks like that possibly the events of earlier may have required a little bit of fixing. For instance, the melter blast that went up through the top of the house and actually probably exited through the roof. Need a little bit of attention from some fixers. Nonetheless, the place is manned now. The walls actually have the odd guard standing around. Still the same sort of looking people with the same sort of tattoos. The front gate, as you approach, parts to let the group of you in. And you're greeted by another of their number, but this one has a slightly bigger earpiece. This one with sort of an antenna curling around the back of his head, seemingly integrated into his flesh as well at the back. Looks at you and goes, "Hey, you're here to see the Kismets. What are your names?"
Sir Garrett.
I'm walking alongside Cassius, and I turn to Cassius as this is requested.
Cassius Caligo the 12th.
Got it. Cassius Caligo the 12th.
Sir Garrett.
So, I like how you're appropriating yourself just titles
Make
now.
a deceive check.
Lord Viceroy Garrett.
Don't fail me to see.
His Imperial Envoy Garrett.
Yes! 16 on a 28.
He looks at you a little bit confused from it and goes, "Sir Garrett,
You're damn right.
You're not sure if
Mr.
he believes you or
Guns
not.
and
He just
Garrett.
decides it's less hassle to go with it. But you were convincing enough that he's like, cool, I'll just go with it. He looks up at Caranus and Brander.
Brander Thrail.
He glances quickly at your rank, Epaulets, noting that you didn't actually give a rank. Doesn't question it, moves along to Carolinus.
Carolinus Dracul.
Again, noting you didn't give a rank. Looks a little bit confused at your Mechanicus robes. Well, that seems to be in order. If you would follow me, please. And he goes up to the front door, which there are 4 of his number also stationed. These 4 are packing some serious firepower. You notice that between them they have a mix of heavy stubbers, autoguns, and one of them even has a long las.
Out of curiosity, what rank would Carolinus have? Like in a formal situation? Would he introduce himself as Acolyte Carolinus Dracul? But that would only make sense if he was openly acknowledging his position in the
You'd be
Inquisition.
more than acolyte. You'd be a tech priest at least. At the very minimum, you'd be of tech priest rank or above.
Okay.
The whole
I
car
shall
trip over
bear this
here.
in mind.
The whole car trip over here, and now that we're walking up to the place, Garrett's just been pestering Cassius the whole time. And he's just showing off this wonderful orange suit that he has. I'm sure it's hideous, but whatever. The people here like.
Yeah. As you go past, by the way, Cassius, you especially notice that in one corner of the courtyard out the front, far away to the side, you notice 2 children playing, watched over by what appears to be some sort of maid and a couple more guards looking on very carefully. Garrett, you see the children for the first time. Oh no!
I give away.
Were you ever mind wiped of that? No, you see
No,
the
I
children
mind
again. It was the lady who was mind wiped. Okay, yeah, Garrett, you see them again. You wave.
I give a wave. Yes.
Okay, I'm going to make some hidden rolls.
Hey, it's those kids I threatened with a gun.
I'm starting to think that
draw
maybe
their attention
Cassius
to
had
me.
the right idea about thinking about not coming. Starting to think maybe I should have came up with some reason why I couldn't attend. Starting to think that maybe I should have been fixing the Sky Beast or something.
One of them just like completely nonplussed. He's kind of facing away from you. Chucks a ball to the other child, a little bit younger. The younger child, sort of blonde hair, blue eyes, kind of looks over, sees you, catches your eye. Suddenly his eyes go wide. It's like, and he's about to say something, and the ball hits him in the face because he wasn't looking at it. He gets knocked down. The nanny runs over, and the guards sort of move in, sort of carefully, sort of
Did
bit
I
on
see
edge
that?
today. Yeah, you do.
I start
Can I-
laughing.
Can I roll awareness on catching the child's expression?
Sure.
Because I imagine
That would
this would
be
be more.
It would be more awareness than insight, yeah.
Did the ball make like the satisfying dodgeball sound where it was like
Yep.
ting? When
Yep.
it-
Exactly that sound.
Wow. You really have a test of 80 for awareness? That's insane.
26.
When there's nothing working against me, and all
Your
of my bonuses
mechadendrite,
are
like,
going,
just
yeah.
happened to be looking at them at the exact time.
Yeah.
And as you saw the ball going, you sort of quickly computed the arc. You're like, that's going to hit his face. And you quickly zoomed in on the child's face, and there was a...
Yeah, I was going for the close-up. It's like, oh, this is going to be good. I wish I could record this, but it's just going to be good. I'm going to have to remember this one. You know,
Make sure
magnifying lenses moving into position.
Don't remember it. Just record it and just replay it back. Like, you know, so you can show it at the dinner table. Be like, oh.
The Imperium's funniest home videos.
Oh my god.
Get paid 50 thrones
Get
every time
Imperial
someone
Bob Saget just showing off videos from all
Oh,
over.
man. With that, you get just in through the door. You're brought into sort of an anteroom. You didn't actually manage to go into the anteroom at the front of the house previously. You went in through the back door. And you can see there is a lot of very fine wood here. Sort of coat rack. There's a small antechamber off to the side at which a couple of the guards are sort of looking at you from. Looks like that's possibly some sort of effectively guard post at the moment. You see maybe a small fridge in there, etc. One of the guards turns to you and goes, I'll need you to give me any weapons you got on yourself. At the moment, we're a bit on high alert still. Although, you seem to have taken care of most of the issue. You can understand that
Of course,
Kismets are a little bit...
without any hesitation, I draw back my robe and I take out the hand cannon and hand it over to him.
Okay. He takes that, puts it away, nods to you.
Step forward a few paces just away from the others so that I'm not blocking anything. And I turn
Can you
back.
nod to?
Is this strictly necessary? Every time we've been separated from our weapons, an ambush has been several moments after. You'll forgive me, but I'm a tad, well, reluctant to relinquish my weapon.
I chime in that our weapons saved your governor. You should be glad that we have them at his side.
Understandable. I'm sure the governor and lady would like to thank you for so. But you have to understand that now we are here, and that will be our job henceforth. And he sort of gestures to his sort of what, he pulls his jacket back, and you see what effectively is a compact lasgun of some kind. I don't know if any of you might recognize it. It's one of a variant that is fairly common throughout the sector.
I look as though I'm contemplating the situation, trying to decide if I'm going to walk out or not, essentially because I'm not going to be separated from my weapon again.
I'm stood behind them, arms folded, looking annoyed.
But are you actually annoyed, or is it just a fake appearance?
I am
A
annoyed.
false face.
While you're
But
all
I do
debating
sort of
this,
understand the perspective.
while you're all debating this, the one furthest in sort of has like a long sort of, it looks a bit like a shock baton, but the baton end extends a lot further up to the grip, effectively. Carolinus would definitely recognize it as some sort of weapon scanner. Sort of beckons to Carolinus to come forwards.
I step towards him.
Are you actually carrying any weapons on you, just so I can check for my roll?
Nope. If he rolls like a 99, yeah, you're clearly carrying. I'm like, oh, God's sake.
Hey, come on
I
in.
turn to the guard.
You're good.
I say, well, unfortunately, I don't care that you have authority here or that you're guarding us. We've been attacked by Arbites, we've been attacked by personal guards, we've been attacked by virtually everyone who has said they're here to assure our safety since the moment we landed on this shit stain of a rock. Inform your lord and lady I won't be in attendance at dinner, and I turn and I walk away.
I grab Cassius by the shoulder, or at least I try to, and I'm like, wait a minute. I insist that you allow our simplest of weapons, my las pistol, his sword, anything that we can protect ourselves with and protect your governor. There's no reason for us to be removed from this presence, but we will if you make that necessary.
I just kind of sigh from where I am overhearing this.
I stand as tall as I can.
Make a charm test at +10.
Oh, okay.
This is not going to go well.
While this was going on, I'll let that go through since it's already happened now. But
Damn, it was almost a
52.
it was almost
Oh, it was so close!
It was almost a 12.
I saw it!
as the guardsman is contemplating his response to Garrett, I turn back and, gesturing towards Cassius and down to his sword specifically, to separate the caligo from his blade is more than removing his weapon. It is removing his honor. I'm sure neither the governor nor governess would wish to insult their saviors in such a way. The guns I can understand, certainly.
Okay. With that, he looks at you for a second. One second. Relieve yourself of any weapons you have other than the sword, and I'll go check with the Lord and Lady. And he walks in.
I try to catch Cassius's gaze, and if I do, my expression is one of... it's clear that I'm asking him to acquiesce.
Wide eyes. Come on.
No, it's just like...
All you
please,
see
just now.
is just obstinate written all over my face. Just, we're putting on the brakes right here. I could charm these people. I could charm the pants off these people if I wanted to, but I'm done with platitudes and I'm done with dealing with them.
Hey, I tried to charm and I couldn't do it.
Yeah, that's because you're bad at it.
Yeah, that's true. I had a
He's
target
good at
18.
it. So when he says he could, he really could.
Well, I can understand it because at this point, Cassius, I mean, out of character, Cassius is just livid. He wants to get off this rock.
The guard, apparently in charge, walks back and goes, "That'll be fine. You can keep your sword if you want it. The rest of you, all weapons. And if you'll forgive me, Cassius Caligo, the 12th, I will also need any additional weapons you have on yourself."
I think I have a las pistol. I think.
You do. It's just never been used.
We kind of forget about it. It's just there to look badass. I've got it down. I got it underneath the arm with the arm holster just because I wanted it because it looked cool, not because it actually gets any use.
Yeah.
It was a character design thing.
It's mostly
so
so
people
people
can
can take a weapon off you so they
much-
feel safer.
So much nonsense. He'd go to use it the first time. It's like, no, it ran out of charge like 4 years ago.
Yeah.
The battery just bled down. You never checked.
Those damn
never.
double A's.
He never
When you can
checked
shoot
it. He
melta
never
beams
checked
out of your
it
eyes, it's just
after
like...
the nuclear bomb exploded. So,
That's true.
But yeah,
Well,
yeah.
I'm going to hand over my las pistol, but I do have another weapon on me.
Okay. What weapon is it?
Another las pistol.
No, last pistol. I thought it would be. So yeah, they bring you forwards.
Detached from humanity, Mechanicus, the only one that.
Wait, are you trying to sneak a gun in right now?
Yes.
Good man.
At which point, the guy who sort of goes like that with the wand. Looks at his pad he's got like stapled to the inside of his forearm. The guards around you both sort of half raise their las guns. Bentham has crashed. Bentham will be back in a second. Right, I think I've got a backup just in case this happens with Bentham.
Sky Beast! It's got to be a picture
What,
of
really?
Sky Beast.
Really? I want to see Sky Beast.
So, here's the plan.
Oh.
What's he done?
He's done
He's
something.
got Judge Dredd up there.
It was when Knorr
That's
was
a
here.
good Judge Dredd too. It's not the original Judge Dredd, which is the best Judge Dredd, but it is the good Judge Dredd. Well done. I approve.
But I'm sure Ben's will be back in a minute. But yeah, he effectively, the two pull up their short and las carbines near you, and he goes, "Please relieve yourself of that weapon. I will open
This
fire."
is it, Garrett. Roll initiative. Let's do it. Let's take these dudes. We can take them. I have Melta Blast. We got this.
It's just armor, you dummy. And I lift up my arms and spin around so you can see that there's nothing there.
As you do this, one of them pushes you against the wall. You can resist any of this if you want, by the way. And the other, pulls open your coat and pulls out the las pistol. Apparently they knew exactly where it was.
I smirk.
Oh, that one. Oh, okay. Thought you
It's
meant
my-
the one in my hand.
It's my special armor gun. I wear it for armor. It's not for shooting. It's for blocking.
Garrett, make a deceive roll.
Honestly, Bentham,
God.
I'm not sure if you want your camera back or to stick with the picture that the EE has used for you.
Right now, you
Well,
are the
flash.
law.
What does he use?
Oh,
Oh, God.
11.
Deceive 11 on 28.
Right, well, don't forget anything again. A state like that could get, a little bit messy.
And while he's trying to talk, I'm looking pointedly at the gun that he's drawn on me, which is like some modified las pistol. I go, "Oh, where'd you get that one?"
The regiment.
"Oh, what's different about it? It looks fancy."
Well, it's...
I'm just there, kind of just massaging the side of my head, with
What?
a kind of pained expression, oh.
Actram
God.
pattern las carbine. Specially designed
What?
for drops, etc. If you don't mind, I'll have to check your fellows over. Branda, do you try and take any weapons in?
No, I sigh and approach the desk, and then go, right, okay, and I pull out 2 stub automatics and put it. Is there a table or something to
Yeah.
put the stuff on? I place those down. I'm like, bolt pistol, Spitfire bolt pistol, and a revolver.
Did you not have any more
And
stub
I stick
automatics?
that
Is that
down.
it? I thought you had 2 more.
Do I
no,
see
those
him
were
with is he
those
still got
were
a
his sock.
chainsaw at his hip?
I'm still, I haven't got to that yet.
He puts
Okay.
it on the table. It gets stuck.
You
I
gotta
just
rev it a little bit.
I take the chainsaw. I'm guessing I can't keep this, can I?
The guy
Rev it.
sort of looks at you,
Yang.
looks down at the giant pile of pistols you've now put on what was originally sort of effectively like a corner table type thing. It's kind of packed now. It's like, yeah, I'll take that for you. And he puts it
laugh
carefully
at
I
down.
hand it over and say, and if I find a scratch on it when I come back, it'll be more than the scratch on you.
See, you gotta let these mooks know. Way to go, Brander. Way to
Make
go.
an intimidate
I love the way
test.
when you're trying to be a badass, you can't just
Fuck
stick your
these
tail in front of your
douchebags.
face.
At
It's
minus
like,
10.
No.
Because you're in a
please,
situation
no.
where you are outnumbered, out-armed, and these guys are physically more imposing than pretty much anyone in your group.
Are they actually out-armed, including both of my mechadendrites? How many
Yes.
of them are there?
Yes,
Oh,
they have.
is that how many
I
armed?
think
Damn
4
it.
or
They have
5 of them
30
you can
arms.
see from here, depending on the number that are actually in the other room. There's about 5 of
Was
them
it
near you.
What
If there's 5, then we're equally armed.
what psi rating would I have to cast my mind
was
wipe at to make one of them forget their name?
Like, psi rating like 6 or something? You need to, like, thoroughly decimate their... Like, that's a very core part of your
Alright.
psyche.
I just want them to
What's the
forget their
modifier?
names.
What's the modifier on the intimidate?
To make it a... minus 10, because it was, yeah.
All right, this is gonna fail.
53, target 17.
So close, Brandon. So close.
15.
I'm impressed you had a target of 17, to be honest. The guy kind of just takes your chainsaw looking at you. Puts it against the wall, but not too carefully while still looking at you. And it goes... Doof. Whoops.
I just hold.
I think
I
you
just
probably
stare
need
at
to
him.
make a roll. It's a chainsaw. Did it just activate and then chew up the floor?
It's a chainsaw. They're pretty sturdy. They also won't just activate like that. It takes a little bit more than a full...
Kind of wish I'd taken.
Only it had landed on,
Thanks,
on
Rob.
like the
Just give me the
exterminator
nod.
capsule and exploded.
Give me the nod. The
Blown
next
him
time
up.
someone rips your chainsaw, it'll chop their own hand off. Be fine.
I could take telekinetics,
just-
man. We can make this happen. I could push the button on it right now.
And actually, the exterminator's out, but you could just like pull the trigger on it, I guess,
Mm-hmm.
on the sword itself.
Cassius,
But
do you
yeah,
give
I
them
just
the last
stare
pistol?
at the guy.
Okay. Cassius, do you give him the last pistol?
Yeah.
Okay, you give him the last pistol. Scans you over with the wand. Doot, 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 doot. It cancels that as it comes across your sword.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, you're all free to go through. Let me show you through to the end. And he walks you through down towards one of the wings. It looks like they're trying to avoid the center of the house, considering that's where the firefight was. And you see there is a certain amount taped off further down the hallway, where initially you had your fight. And you can see that there is still a sort of big charred area on the ground where Marshal Trent was downed by you. Going down one of the
Is
wings.
this guy who's escorting us? Does he have like a number or a name or anything on him anywhere?
Nope. Completely
Darn.
blank suits. No number, no name. There is a tattoo that is slightly visible on the back of his neck as he leads you forwards, which...
Sure. What's the tattoo?
This tattoo, it's of a diving eagle that's sort of in a steep dive. Clutched in its talons are like 2 lightning bolts. And it has, underneath, it says 23rd. It's got
I'm
a
gonna
lot of
ask
around
him.
it.
What's with the bird on your neck?
Tattoo of the regiment. 23rd.
I look over at Brander and I just raise an eyebrow. Do you know what he's talking about?
Would there be
I
a
guess
law
that I can
test for
tell
the
it's the Imperial
23rd
Guard.
Regiment?
Carolyn, you already looked at a very similar tattoo. So you can't really
No, I
test
didn't
again. You're not too sure.
Know what it was.
Brander,
I was wondering if it's new information.
no, not really. This is effectively a very similar tattoo, just the addition of the 23rd.
Okay.
Brander, Garrett, you can make Imperial Guard tests, so you don't have that. So that would be a minus 20 plus 30, so it would be an intelligence plus 10. Cassius, you can also do that if you want.
Oh, what type of test? Sorry.
Intelligence plus 10. 77,
Yeah,
Brander,
you
you
do
do
that.
41. Despite the
Garrett,
fact I've
86.
literally fought alongside Imperial Guardsmen, I can't tell what he's talking about.
Nope. Cassius, are you going to be rolling?
No, Cassius doesn't care.
Okay.
This guy's a pleb. He doesn't matter.
And he continues walking on, goes, "You're a Navy boy."
Oh, he just called you boy.
Yeah.
You better hit him.
Yeah. Yeah, I am, sir. Thanks for noticing me.
Yes, me lord. Give him
What
a
a
look.
rank.
I was.
Was. Interesting.
I love how he did it. Yeah, I mean, I'm not anymore. And it's like, oh, one of those. Bad enough that you were a Navy boy. Deserter.
Well, I'm not a drop
He's
trooper
like,
anymore
wow.
either. Life takes funny turns sometimes in the Imperial service.
Does
All right, we're
we can end up fighting for the survival of a very planet,
yeah.
or we're
Hey.
doing other things.
Visit to see you.
At this point,
Grim
before
men.
we enter the room, I kind of moving alongside Cassius. I just murmur, Cassius, I understand your ire, but please contain it until we're off the planet. Whatever you want to do then, you can do.
And door swings open, and he just sort of gestures in, and then stands attention outside the door.
I look at Carolinus. There's no particular emotion written across my face. There's a message received, but we'll see what happens.
I walk into the open door. Do we see the governor and governess?
Yeah, inside the door, there is a table sort of laid out with a variety of different sort of more light food than you saw in.
Now, hold on. Is this the same table that
It's
we
not
were?
the same table.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, different table.
It's okay.
That table is still over being repaired from errant, like, buckshot and las pistol shots, and, well, it's got some damage, let's just put it that way.
Chainsaws getting stuck in it.
Not this
wait,
one.
No. Damn.
In spirit. But yeah, behind the table, both Lady Kismet and Planetary Governor Lord Rio Kismet himself, who looks a lot better, still maybe slightly pale. His eyes are still ever so slightly bloodshot. But he's
I do
looking...
definitely pay close
Do they
attention
notice us enter?
to the governor.
Yes, they are effectively opposite the door on the other side of the table, waiting for you. They're standing up, making sure that they're greeting you with quite a certain amount of respect. I mean, certainly Cassius would, for one, know that the fact that they are a quite high station, they're standing up for you to enter. They're paying you a certain amount of respect there.
As well they should. I'm a goddamn Caligo.
I'm gonna raise a hand and wave at him. Rio and Rio's wife.
I feel like Garrett is just like this idiot that just follows us around.
Yeah,
Pretty much.
yeah.
And I'm gonna walk over
give-
to them in my beautiful orange suit over my suit of mail,
Okay.
He's our special kid.
and I'm going to outstretch my hand towards the wife.
See,
Hi,
I
Garrett.
literally look at him as he's doing all this, and my expression goes from "oh, not this again" to "oh no, not this, no," and it's just kind of caught in this moment of like, is my child going to press a button on the DVD player or try to push toast into it? I don't know.
I've done that. It's
It's
fun.
a Pop-Tart, not toast.
It was a jam sandwich for me.
I take her hand in both of mine,
That's
and
fantastic. I love
I
that.
shake it firmly. I go, nice to meet you again. It's good to see you under better circumstances. I hope you and your husband are doing well.
You shake it firmly. You are somewhat surprised by the fact that, although you try and shake her hand firmly, her grip is more firm than yours, and your handshake doesn't nearly have as much travel as you would have liked.
I put on the best grin I can, like it's not affecting me.
Yeah. But she's all airs and graces. She's like, oh, thank you very much, Garrett. It's wonderful to have you here. Please take a seat. She's sort of looking up at her husband like a little bit nonplussed, and her husband kind of gives this ever so like almost inconsequential, you can't see it, shrug.
And I'll move on to the governor, and I'll offer him my hand as well.
Thank you, Garrett. You've
Thank you, governor.
done me a great service.
Cassius and Branda, I literally turn to them. I just turn my head, and there's this look of like, what do we do?
Cassius, I'm doing this right now.
Yeah.
I've had my eyes closed for some of this, so just like, what? Why am I here?
He's wincing.
Mhm.
He's like, no, I can't watch it. It's too embarrassing. It'll make me have to run away.
I wasn't even gonna come today. I was just gonna stay in my bed and keep getting awesome space drugs for a painful leg.
But do you say this out loud?
No,
just
but
mutter
I'm
this.
definitely thinking it.
I'm like, if this goes wrong, how many seconds would it take to get my chainsword?
How many access points does the room have? How many doors are there
It
leading
has
into here?
3.
You guys have no faith in Garrett. God.
No, we don't.
Absolutely not. We don't. You pointed a gun at little
I've rolled-
kids.
I've rolled a 16 and an 11 on deceive rolls. Come on.
Every time we let you off the chain, something bad happens.
Garrett,
Just because
make
you
me
made
a
a couple
charm
rolls
roll.
this time.
Good behavior for a few days, and then all of a sudden, once we let our guard down again,
Yeah.
start biting the neighbors.
13 with a
Just
target of 8. You tried.
Roll as well.
You really tried. Your airs and graces aren't particularly highborn, and you are native to a medieval world. So, unfortunately, it's best you try. As you go past Lady Kismet to go shake the Lord's hand, you're sort of going behind Lady Kismet. Lady Kismet sort of looks up, catches eyes with most of the group, particularly with Cassius, who she knows from the background is of noble birth, and kind of raises an eyebrow a little bit.
I always thought you were just gonna make him fart or something. Like he was gonna shake everybody's hand, and on his planet, it was
Not
gonna
on a
be like
13. Come on,
It's-
farts at least 30 or more.
it is traditional to fart when you shake the hand of another working man. Just give it all away.
We're gonna be
yeah.
slurping and belching at dinner too.
Traditions.
Hang in there, Avak.
And with that, sort of like, thank you. Would you all mind sitting down? We will have lunch, and we can discuss how we can repay you for your service, and anything we can help to do.
Surreal.
Help you with your investigation as it currently stands. I understand.
You're like that person with no like personal boundaries right now.
No.
Like you just busted up in the room. You're like, I'm taking the seat at the head of the table.
What do you mean right now?
I play it up as I'm walking towards my chair. I'm playing up my limp right now. My limp is normally it's a little limp, but right now I'm just like, "Ugh," like it.
Clunk.
I'm selling it. I'm
Clunk.
selling it.
Clunk as you sort of drag your leg.
I walk with
roll a
with
deceive roll
Cassius.
then, Cassius.
And while Cassius is clunking, I'm pestering Rio. What type of wine do you have for us tonight?
Ooh.
Nice roll. It's a 59 on a 60.
It's
Yeah,
on
but a
nice
deceive
thing
roll
on
is an
my
opposed
screen.
roll.
Lord Caligo looks, not Lord Caligo, sorry. Lord Kismet looks at you a little bit like concerned. Lady Caligo looks you up and down and sort of cocks her eyebrow. You may suspect from that she has been following the progress of the 3 of you who went into medical care under effectively their purview a little bit closely.
Maybe their servants aren't as good as they think they are.
Well, it's certainly not me. So, yeah.
Maybe their medical care is not as top notch as it is on Versepis, for example.
Maybe it's Maybelline. And with
I
that-
look down my nose at you.
If I catch the governess's gaze, there is a hint of apology in my expression.
God, you're giving it all away. That's the key.
No,
You
there is
never apologize.
absolutely an apology.
That's how this works. You never apologize ever, because that admits that there was wrongdoing.
There is wrongdoing. We brought Garrus to this.
Carolinus, Lady Kismet sort of smiles at the side of her mouth at you and gives you a sort of a mild nod, having spoken with you before about Lord Caligo, Lord Kismet.
What's
you're
set
not
out on the
familiar.
table? What's set out on the? Do they have any
There's
like
sort of
drink?
wafer thin meats, some sort of
Is
slices
the
of bread.
turducken?
No
There was a
turducken this
turducken on the
time.
left. Damn it! There was a turducken last time. See
I'm
these
not.
low-bred nobles. They don't even have turducken.
I am not waiting. I got my hands in the meats and everything. I'm just shoving it in my face.
God damn
Okay,
it.
as you start picking out on the table, the Kismets move from sort of humoring you to they just start ignoring you and just paying attention to the other 3. At this stage, it's kind of decided this is the best way forwards.
If they take a look at me, they'll see I just look embarrassed generally, like getting more so as he continues to just devour the contents of the table.
As I sit down heavily in a chair, I say, "My apologies for my friend. He's not housebroken."
I chime in, adding, and the amount of sedatives that were required to treat his injuries were not insubstantial, though I hadn't quite imagined that they would have exactly this effect.
I can't hear you guys.
It's clear that
anymore.
I'm quite exasperated by the situation.
We keep our
okay.
dear friend Iron Hand around because he's quite good at killing people. not because he's got a welcoming demeanor.
I shake some meat
when I
at
got out of
Cassius.
the medicus myself, I did feel a bit hungry, so I'm sure I can understand. Yes, and he sort of gives a sort of half bow to Cassius, and you can see that he has a sword holstered at his side, as does Lady Kismet as well. And as he sort of bows to you, he puts his hand on the hilt and moves it slightly further away out to the side, which is actually a Veseppa's custom, which indicates that you're not going to draw your sword, that you are kind of eschewing violence here. It's kind of a way of being like, look, I don't need my sword, but I have it on me for honorable purposes.
I'm gonna keep them on their toes. I draw my blade. No, I'm just messing with you. I don't draw my blade. This is the
One
point
day, EE is going to be like, I'm sorry, I can only accept your first answer.
Yeah.
You draw your blade. Roll initiative.
Lightning falls from the sky. Your character's dead.
No, one day you'll be on like a drug that'll be like you just really have no impulse control, and you'll say something like that and be like, cool, you have no impulse control. It happens. But yeah, as you sort of sit down, he nods.
Thoughts that Cassius has.
Yeah. You don't get to make that call. Who says that violence is eschewed here? I draw my blade. I'm the one in charge. I am the captain.
Okay, Branda, Carolinus, they sort of give a sort of nod and a sort of a quarter bow to you as you go to sit down, and then they sit down as well. So I trust you'll stay in the...
return and take some... I'll take the seat between Garrett and them just to try and sort of guard them from him.
There is no seat between Garrett
it's
and
two
them.
opposite four.
Oh, you're at the head. Oh, damn
There's
it.
no head of the table. Specifically, it's two opposite four. No head of the table.
It's a weird
Is he on the end? Is he like? I don't want him to be within arm's reach. He'll slap him in the face or something.
He would be on the end because he went all the way around to shake their hands and came back to your side.
That's good.
So yeah.
So he's out of the way.
So you sit next to him, opposite. Effectively, that'd be Lord Kismet. Lady Kismet would be opposite the third seat, and then the fourth seat is just off from her.
I put some of the sliced meats in front of Brander.
I eat the bits he hasn't touched.
Did you do it with a
Well, not
fork, or
until the
did you
meal
put
is
it on the
actually
plate with the
started.
fingers?
I mean, it's still only Garrett eating at the moment.
Garrett grabbed the food before he even really had a chance to sit down, so it would be without the fork. So yeah, it would be with fingers.
Yeah. You got Garrett's booger fingers all over your food, and now you got.
I just ignore the random foods being piled on my plate.
So I trust your stay in the. I trust your stay in the Medicus was sufficient.
Of course, the services were exquisite as expected. I look over at Carolinus.
Well,
There's definitely a tug on my lips that forms a grin, but I try to suppress it, but not quite entirely. It's in the corners of my mouth, and it stays there.
They are excellent, but I have to thank you, Dracul, for the services you rendered to us. Without you, I might not still be here, so I think I owe you a debt.
Yeah, you had a bug in your brain. Did you know that?
I literally
Both of them sort
opened
of
my
look
mouth,
down at their
start
plates for a
speaking
second, just really kind of concentrating on the china.
I give Garrett an elbow, and I injure my elbow because he's wearing armor.
There's a sort of a loud clank.
My lady, you wouldn't happen to have anything shiny or that makes a jingling noise around here, would you? I find that's the best way to get my friend to excuse himself from the conversation.
You're literally using the technique that I use on Cyrilla. That is so amazing. So amazing. Cyrilla is clever enough that she eventually works out what I'm doing and then just starts giving me nonsense about it. But I think Garrett might actually fall for it.
I think I have something. And Lady Kismet stands up. She goes over to one of the doors that you entered by, actually, and opens it and has a word with someone standing outside. Garrett, you were interested in the bodyguards, talking to bodyguards and their weapons, weren't you?
Oh, yes. I wanted to see if I could fire some of them.
Well, if you would like to go with this man here, he will take you down to the firing range.
Oh, I just push to stand up. The chair falls down behind me. Shove some last meat in my face. Put some more meat in my pockets.
I try to react fast enough to catch the chair before it just literally falls over with one of my mecha dendrites. So I'm a little bit.
Is-
I'm on the other side of Branda.
But before we can take our leave, I need to know: is there like a bottle of wine on the table?
Yeah, because they're not having
He's
service in
gonna-
here because it's a quiet. Yeah, there's a bottle of wine.
He's gonna
I'm
fist it
grabbing
like
that.
Mick Jagger, just walk out of the room.
Grabbed it, and I am out the door with the guards.
He's a savage. He's a monster.
And Captain, could you would you be so kind as to ask one of the servants to bring an extra bottle? Thank you.
The balls on this guy.
And you walk out with
I wince as
the captain of the guard.
I wince as the chair hits the ground, and then as he takes the bottle, and then as soon as the door shuts, I go, ah.
I'm a
Yeah,
crusty
I literally release a breath I'd partially been holding this entire time. It's visible, the weight that is lifted off me, the amount of relief. My back is straight and my shoulders are higher. Even my mechadendrites seem happier. They're just moving around a little bit more
As the
fluidly.
entire room kind of gives a collective sigh, you all sort of look at each other like, oh, we all shared that sigh. And Lady Kismet sort of walks back to her seat and goes, right, perhaps going to be a bit more of a constructive conversation now your friend is departed to other pursuits. Yes.
I lean over and gently right the chair.
He is an agent of entropy, if nothing else, my lady.
Well,
I'm neating up some of the mess around his place,
thank
including
you.
putting the food he put on my plate back onto his plate.
Thank you, Lieutenant. I'm sure that will not be required. Yes, well, I still owe him a debt of gratitude, nonetheless. You did save my life. And my wife's. Thank you.
We are pleased that we were in a position to do so.
Lord
I fear
Governor.
had we been a few moments later, it might not have turned out as it did.
Yes, Cassius?
Forgive me if I'm being too brusque or if I overstep. How did this happen under your watch? The Arbites appear to be infested with traitors and heretics. The planetary marshal himself aligns himself against the better interests of the God King. How does this happen? Was there no sign?
The Marshal himself is unfortunately in charge of the jurisdiction of all things related to the Arbites. This post for myself is less influential than other planetary governorships. I was a little bit concerned about the Marshal for a while, but mostly because he tends to run his dominion without any outside interference and with a fairly iron fist. However, he has or had a reputation for being able to put down criminals well enough, and so any of my concerns were not really noted, and the associated acolytes, or the people in charge of it in the planetary subsector, were not quite so forgiving of my reports and my concerns. Needless to say, I was a bit disappointed, but nonetheless I thought him still to be a decent Imperial servant, as far as I could tell, but his affairs were his own. The Arbites are unfortunately none of my jurisdiction, and that is a point he labored at length to explain to me.
Do you have any contacts with the Planetary Defense Force, the Guard, the Navy? Because at this point, we cannot keep our trust in the Arbites. They need to be replaced.
I have a few. All of those are, to an extent, under my jurisdiction. Though the Planetary Defense Force is barely minimal. Most of it is related to the Arbites, and most of the function around here does relate to the penal colony itself.
I sigh and I say, that is unfortunate because I'm sure you've come to the same conclusion that we have. The Arbites are not to be trusted. We've made the mistake of trusting the Arbites when we first arrived here, thinking them to be infallible, and it was a lesson that was harshly learned.
Well, unfortunately, we're in an interesting situation right now. All three of the commanding officers of the Arbite forces on this planet have died. At least one or two by your hands, as far as I understand it. That puts me in a position where I am possibly in charge of them to an extent, or possibly it is one of their lesser commanders. Unfortunately, the distinction in this line is a little bit murky and blurred. I will do what I can. Do you have any friends within the Arbites that you know to be reliable?
There are two whose names come to mind. who through their actions, and in fact through the actions of the marshal against them, have earned my trust. Officer Talon.
He pulls out like a little data slate in front of the table. Yes. I do not know this
Officer
one.
Junker.
Junker, I believe I have come across that name in the reports I've been reading. Well, I've been getting, recuperating. Yes, I will look into this one. And I will look into Talon as well. I have some
Talon
sway
is
about
of
who will be in charge of
particular
the...
note.
Very well, I will make sure to take extra note of that one. But I have some sway about who will be left in charge of the Arbites now, and I will put all my weight behind any suggestions that you can give me. So I will definitely see what I can do. It'd be useful to have reliable people.
I'll be certain that you receive a copy of my report, that you can be informed of Officer Talon's service and the distinctions in his pursuit of the Marshal's corrupt institution.
In which case, I will make sure to recommend the Arbites for accommodation as well, should your report, of course, deem him of such high valor. I will look into these people. At this stage, unfortunately, it's merely a game of politics, but since it is confined to the planet and the Arbites, let's just say they don't often get to be involved in politics until they hit a bit of a higher rank. So my capital means more here. For now, is there anything I can do with you for your investigation or help you with?
I look to Cassius.
You must know, Lord Governor, that my report concerning the situation here is harsh. I feel it only fair to give you some warning in that regard, that things on this planet will be changing. As far as your assistance goes, there's a final matter that needs to be resolved on your planet, that of a prisoner named Red Eye. If you could give any information or assistance with regard to his capture and his elimination, that would be appreciated. As far as we understand, he takes refuge in the caves and is breeding the creatures that were implanted into you. And so he is the final knot that needs to be untangled from this particular situation before the Inquisition can take over and restructure things here.
I hasten to interject.
One moment. As you say this to him, he steels himself a little bit. You notice he's got a little bit more. He's prepared for parrying back or riposting to anything you say. As you mentioned that things are going to get harsh and things are going to change. And then you mentioned the fact that you want to find the person who's breeding the parasites that are in his head. And he goes from being a little bit reserved to being like, he gives you a look which is effectively, sure, however I can help. Effectively, the communicates to you. His body language suddenly becomes a lot more open. Yes, Caroline?
It is of paramount importance that we, first and foremost, cease whatever means by which these parasites are being produced or bred on this planet. But also, it would be of particular use to the Inquisition to capture as much of these facilities intact that we might use them to further our investigations. I'm concerned about the nature of these Xenos, how they came to be here, why they were being bred. I fear there is more to this than whatever was going on this planet, of course. No offense, Governor, but I feel that this planet was merely a cog in a machine.
Well, needless to say, this is my cog, and I will endeavor to help the Inquisition in any way I can. How would you like me to proceed with respect to the caves? I can order the planetary guard to take control of it and exterminate them all, but as Drakul here says, you would like to have some of it intact to investigate. How may I help you with this one? I will do whatever I can.
if you have prisoners who are trustees or in any way understand the operation of the way things go in the day-to-day in the caves, as I understand it, this is a blackout zone. You don't actually have any Arbites there, correct?
We do not have any Arbites or any trustees, as far as I'm aware. They are merely dumped into the hold, and occasionally we send down shipments of basic foods, water. Beyond that,
Is there... I understand if this is a discrete topic. Are there any ways to access the caves that are clandestine or less than broadcasted? I understand that this information would be very much held to be a secret. It sounds like the holy grail for any prisoner that would like to escape without the notice of the Arbites, but given the hostile nature of the planet, the gravity in the air and so forth, I don't think they'd get far without a respirator. But if there's a way for us to get in unnoticed, sending in the defense force, they'll break everything before we can infiltrate and get what we need.
there are a few tunnels that were shut off. Originally, the entire cave network was deemed mined out and were left to the prisoners. However, it was then found that some of the ore veins down there were not thoroughly mined, and a certain amount of limited mining was brought out. Those mines still exist, however they've been severed from the main section of the Alpha Colony. Should you wish, I guess you could enter by re-excavating through back into the mines from there. That would take you in without going through the main entrance, although you would need to excavate through some of the collapsed areas.
Alternatively, do you have reports or any documentation on the mannerisms, the customs of the prisoners in the caves?
We do
Cassius,
occasionally send
a
down
moment.
drones.
A moment, Cassius.
Hmm.
Do you have any mechanisms or facilities to extract individual prisoners from the caves? From what I understand, they once in the caves, they don't tend to come back out. But are there occasions where that is necessary?
No, there have been on occasion, as far as I'm aware. Mostly an RA squad
Perhaps-
goes in and secures the drop zone and then pulls one or two prisoners out. However, finding the exact prisoner within the colony is very difficult.
An exact prisoner might not be necessary, as long as this is on some level a routine that would not necessarily raise alarms. If we could extract one or two individuals, and I look across to Cassius for a moment and then back to the governor and his wife, we may be able to encourage their cooperation, and failing that, extract the necessary information by other means.
Very well. However you wish to proceed, you have my full backing, and I'm sure the sections of the Arbites who I can sway will fall into line.
You know, sitting
Whatever
back a
method
little bit.
you want to proceed with is acceptable by me.
There's
know
the
the game.
matter of a tech priest responsible for the implantation of the creature that was inside your brain. What was his name again? I've got it on my data slate, I think. There was another guy. It's not in my report that I have here.
Oh yeah, the tech priest.
Let me just find that. It's been a while since I wrote this sheet. I don't know where it is. I have made that error.
Yeah, I thought I had it. Actually, I'll have it in Skype. Hold on. I'll go find it.
Yeah, I know the exact one you're talking about. But I can't remember where I've wrote it on the sheet. Like, there's a lot of stuff written on the sheet, and it's one of these. Nonetheless, since you have the name, I'll assume you have given it to him. And he says, yes, that was, there was a firefight in one of the Medicaid facilities when we tried to apprehend that tech priest as he was trying to escape. That's when the third in command of the Arbeit forces on the planet was... unfortunately, he died during the explosion on the tower. The tech priest seemed to have taken most of the floor with him.
That is unfortunate. I was hoping he was taken into custody. My dear friend Carolinus has his ways of making people talk, and it would have been interesting to hear his insights as to what's going on here.
Well, I can
Chirurgeon Weiss
certainly have the
was
remains
his
of his
name.
body and research and so on sent to you.
That would be
Well-
very helpful, thank you.
We will need information about the customs of the prisoners in the caves. We will need outfits to match the way that they would look.
Done.
We may need some sort of distraction or invasion through the front, although anything of that kind runs the risk of it triggering Red Eye's forces and dismantling whatever operation they have down there.
Maybe
Carolinus would think
possible
you-
to tamper with their provisions as well. Nothing so clumsy as to raise suspicion, but slight relaxant. Something that will dull their senses, slow their reactions, but not something that would give them immediate cause for alarm.
A keen suggestion. I agree.
I believe we can arrange something like that. Depends how soon you want to go in. The longer you leave it, obviously, you've got some danger of certain things being shut down. However, the longer you leave it, also, the more that can percolate through the population. It's up to
Indeed, I'm
you.
afraid time may not be on our side, but the one advantage we may have is depending on how frequently they have any measure of communication with their contacts amongst the Arbeites. We have until the next scheduled rendezvous before any suspicions begin to be raised.
Have you any
Cassius,
idea how
perhaps?
long that is?
Would I know that from Friedrich's information?
Friedrich's never dealt with Red Eye's guys directly since he came to MaxSec. You know, it used to be effectively once a fortnight, but you've no idea if that fortnight is still in place or if it's new or late. Marshal Trant was dealing with that through some of the people at Alpha directly.
I raise a hand. They meet once a fortnight, but unfortunately, through Friedrich's information, that's all that I know. I don't know if we're on the lesser or greater side of the fortnight.
And then perhaps we should aim for the middle. You would give them missing a meeting by a week. Might not be immediate cause for alarm. This is a penal colony. No doubt there are times when it would be risky for them to meet at the appointed time. I can
Yes.
only assume.
That makes sense.
But any more than a week would be...
You do run the risk
Dangerous.
of, if any of them have any illicit contraband, or even if they have smuggled in a radio or something, given Marshal Trant being corrupted, as you say, they could get news a lot sooner.
Under that assumption, they've already got the advantage, and so we might as well storm the caves. There's just no way of knowing. My
How
suggestion
far are
would
the
be-
caves from the Delta facility, or where it was?
Well, a lot further, actually. You'd probably be best traveling 160 miles to be able to get to the beginning of the cave network.
Do you think from that distance they might notice a nuclear explosion?
Possibly.
Probably not, since it's underground. There may be a slight tremor or something. I very much doubt that would be beyond the notice of just mere mining operations or possibly everyday occurrences.
If they do have any means of observing any facilities, or even the sky, then they may already be aware of things.
That's possible. I'm not an expert on the current status of Alpha. I can certainly get you the information that we have from the recent Survey Skull studies that we've done on the network.
From what little we understand, many of Trant's most trusted lieutenants were stationed in the Max Security colony. Some of them were dealt with directly. Some would have been lost to the blast. There may yet be some at large, but their numbers are greatly reduced, and without the head, the body may be writhing without direction. we might have the advantage in that any of those most likely to pass any communication on were probably incapable of doing so shortly following the blast. The haywire field was quite... And then, almost as kind of impressed, it's more significant than I was expecting.
Well,
I just absently start massaging my arms.
well, I'm sure
You might hear my right leg move for a moment.
I'm sure my husband
little
wants to
ankle
help you as best as
wiggle.
possible. You can understand from our point of view that we'd like to help the Inquisition as quickly as possible as well. Anytime we can get any sense of normality back to this planet would be most helpful. That said, should you wish to take this a bit slower and wait a week, we are perfectly happy to facilitate that in any way we can.
When is the next shipment to the caves due? Because that's when our operation will begin.
I believe they're once a day.
I look to Carolinus. You have a better mind for scheduling and lining things up than I. How do you feel that this should work?
Given the state of the medical facility stocks, they have enough substances that we should be able to get something into the population's system, though it does depend somewhat on the exact numbers of the population. Do you happen to have that information, Governor?
The exact number of the population is only estimated.
A
There's no
rough
running tally.
estimate will do.
About 3,000.
What was her name? Rose, I believe, the chief officer of the Medicaid facility in Beta Colony. I'd look to Cassius. You have a better memory for names than I.
It was.
I believe that was her name.
Yeah.
Perhaps she would be able to prepare something. The longer we allow it, the more subtle this concoction can be, and that does work to our favor.
Are you planning on
Anything
going in
that-
loud or going in quietly? I mean, if you want to go in loud, we can merely gas the entrance. The gas won't flow all the way in, but it should take out a good portion.
Cassius, I would caution against that. If we are able to seize whatever mechanisms they are breeding these creatures by, and a sizable sample of these creatures, it would be of significant value to the Inquisition.
Yes, Lord Governor, my suggestion would be that we infiltrate through one of the cave mouths that is not necessarily published or known about, wearing the clothing of the prisoners. If you don't hear from us within a prescribed amount of time, then you would have the defense force invade and purge the caves. However, allow us to go in first, under the guise of being prisoners, perhaps even being taken through the front with the shipment by the Arbites, perhaps? I've no need for weapons inside the caves, but others could stow them however they desire. I'm sure there are criminal networks available inside the caves that could be utilized to smuggle
sounds
weapons in.
Perfectly sensible. We could fit you with a concealed radio, and once you find the location itself, you could call in for backup, and we'll get the guard to congregate on your signal, and make sure to secure the area before purging the rest of the cave network.
Lieutenant Thrail, you've been quiet this whole time. What say you?
An infiltration is risky. I feel like there wouldn't be an unpublished entrance to the caves. These people have lived in them for years. They probably explored every nook and cranny.
We will find that out once we have an opportunity to interrogate one of their number.
Perhaps
There's
then...
no need for subterfuge with this. We can be quite persuasive in a very short amount of time.
I hear that I was told that all of the facilities have these nuclear devices planted under them.
Yes.
Is this also true for Alpha?
Yes.
I would say, should things go wrong, be prepared to use them. These are Xenos we're dealing with.
Indeed.
Very well. That would be our tertiary fallback if the the forces are not able to storm the caves sufficiently.
So then the question that's left over is, are we dropped off through the front by the Arbites as a normal prisoner would be? Or do we attempt to excavate one of the walls out of the old mining caves to access it and just hope no one notices?
An excavation, while noisier, would give us an entrance that the prisoners weren't expecting.
It would also give us an exit for them, assuming that they ask too many questions. We could just shout, "There's an exit over there, freedom!" And I'm sure very few prisoners would turn it down.
We can always station some troops behind you to be able to blast in through the wall should you need additional backup.
No doubt you also have certain automated weapon systems that you could deploy at the cave mouth. Anything not us should be summarily executed.
That makes a lot of sense. I will inquire with the guard. It seems
All
you're in
that
favour of
remains
going
then
in
is
like that. What time frame are you looking at? The next drop-off point
Indeed.
is 23 hours, but if you're going in surreptitiously, it doesn't necessarily need to be then. You could go as soon as you want.
I recommend we drug the next shipment, and in the next few days, we, as quietly and unobtrusively as possible, excavate an entrance. It gives the guard time to station some personnel and some heavier weapon systems at the cave exit. Of course, ensuring that the prisoners do not escape. We cannot know what they have there. If the Marshal has been furnishing them with tools, materials, along with provisions, they could have any number of things, even crude vehicles. We cannot rely on the planet's hostility to be enough to stop them.
My suggestion then would be, since you want a few days, if you enter, say, a little over about 72 hours' time, that will give the chance to be 2 shipments, and then the 3rd shipment should draw people to the surface, and you enter via the tunnels down below. There's always a lot of people run to the surface to be able to get the best food stuffs off and to maintain it for themselves.
I dig around in my coat for a low stick, and I raise my hand and raise an eyebrow. Is it all right if I...
Yes, perfectly.
I light it, and then I look at Carolinus, trying to read his face. It sounds like a plan that's acceptable to me. Brander?
It could work.
Indeed. I feel that we have the beginnings of a solid plan. First step, we will require 1 prisoner at least. It will be of significant value to us to have some idea of the layout of the caves. We might simply be lucky. We might capture a better informed prisoner, but any information will be useful. We're going into, well, far behind enemy lines with this one.
If you
we
could...
will set up a front base near Alpha and operate from there. We will set up quarters for you and so forth at that base, and we can get you shipped over there in the next few hours.
May be useful as well that the 3rd shipment be, while not being so fine as to cause suspicion, uncharacteristically well stocked, cause a frenzy amongst the prisoners. The idea of being able to increase in station by securing particularly sought after goods would be advantageous to us as we're making our entrance.
If you are going to grab a prisoner, might I suggest you make it one who is affiliated with one of the cartels or gangs inside of the caves? It will make our information gathering more fruitful. We don't want the docile prisoners that aren't getting into trouble. We want the ones who have been getting into trouble down in the caves. They will have a more intricate knowledge.
I will pass it along to the Snatch Squad. I'll make sure they're sent in
Snatch Squad.
I now got an idea of this child snatcher from Chitty Chitty Bang Bang going to the long nose in a massive net.
Oh dear.
Ah, fantastic.
I really need to know how the shooting is going, by the way.
Well, don't worry, we're going to get to that.
And how good is the wine?
It's pretty good wine. Yeah, it's pretty good
Basically,
wine.
right now, Garrett is that guy in Pirates of the Caribbean who's like sitting on top of like the railing next to the stairs, just rocking back and forth on a bunch of barrels of rum with the pistol just like firing in random directions.
So we're going to switch over to Garrett. And the rest of you, have you got any pressing questions? Are you okay? I think you covered most of it there.
Nope.
Okay, so with that, the rest of the meal goes fine. You sort of talk about the minutiae of details and stuff. It's probably best if you take
I
Skybeast
definitely
over to
inquire
Alpha.
after the governor's health and
Yeah.
certain specific questions. You know, have you been feeling this? Have you been feeling that? Things that might be a sign of maybe it wasn't quite as smooth of an
Yeah.
operation as I thought.
But it's probably best if you take Skybeast over there so that you've actually got, your own transport and so forth, and you can base out of that. So you're finishing up. Meanwhile, Garrett, the captain of the guard, leads you down into the basement of one of the wings. You swing merrily from the wine. You want to shoot one of the Acatram patterns?
Yeah. What else you got? You got some shotguns? You got some long distance rifles?
Got a few things, if you want anything in particular. I thought you were
Oh,
going to be
hell
interested
yeah.
in the carbine.
Yes. Let's start with that.
Okay.
What do you use for targets? You use bottles? Prisoners?
He sort of looks at you, presses a button on the wall, and then one of the walls, which is just so far being shut, goes... And you notice that there's a very long, pretty damn long shooting range there, at which point little cardboard targets pop up and start moving backwards and forwards.
Classic.
Let me just go get the stats on this.
Someone needs to just get
USBs for the USB guard.
Yeah, someone needs to just get clips of E just talking and the USB sound.
just
Just
turn it
make
into
some
like
sort of
a-
techno track
yeah.
out of that. It's gonna be great.
But yeah, okay, so he hands you the Actram pattern las gun off one of the shelves nearby. Feel free to roll a ballistic test. It is a semi-auto, full-auto, single shot, so you can fire it on whatever you want. And you can choose how far range target you want as well.
Ballistics test?
Yeah, so how far target are you picking to shoot?
What's the longest target?
About 1,000 meters.
Let's go for that.
Okay, do you ignore range penalties or do you still suffer them?
No range penalties.
Get him!
Is that because you have the trait or is it because of something else?
Let me see. What is it called? I need to find it. I'm pretty sure
Marksman?
I ignore range penalties.
Marksman.
Is it marksman? Oh, I didn't pick that up. I didn't pick that up. No!
Alright, so which target do you want to
Okay.
shoot?
We'll go for it's a pistol.
The gun he's handed you, it's a carbine. It's a cut down rifle.
Oh, okay. Let's go for 50 meters.
Okay, so that is within its normal range. So it'll be a flat ballistic test. Are you doing a full auto or semi-auto or single shot?
Semi-auto, so 3.
For this, it is 3. Yes. So you'll be a flat ballistics test. It has compact, reliable torch. This one has fewer things, but that should be a flat ballistics test then, just a straight up ballistics test.
You don't get an aim bonus or anything.
If you want to aim for like 3 turns, 2 turns, you get plus 20. So yeah, you get plus 20 on that.
Well, we have all the time in the world here.
Yeah, like it's full turn, so 6 seconds of aim. So yeah. 53
There
on a
you
70. That is 3 degrees success. So you hit with 2 out of the 3 bolts of like lads that just come out the front. Hits the target, blowing like good chunk out through the torso. You like it? Don't think you've actually tried one of those before, have you?
There we go. I just take one more shot, and then I laugh.
It's
Aim's pretty good.
reliable weapon. I've liked using them for quite a while. I used to have them back in the regiment. They're both reliable, concealable, and they also have an integrated torch and full auto fire functions that normal las rifles kind of often miss off. And it'll get you out of a pinch.
I turn it sideways and I start pressing buttons until the torch comes on.
Torch comes
I
on.
love when the
that's
first
cool.
button he presses the self-destruct.
What else you got in this firing range?
Okay, he starts showing around some of the other weapons. They've got like long lasers there. They've got a few cut down auto guns, number of different pistols, etc. Nothing too crazy. Certainly more the exotic guns. The fact they've got sort of cut down auto guns and carbines and stuff for concealed work.
Oh, I'm looking over the long las and I go, do you have anything bigger?
Well, to be honest with you, we tend to be a lot more concealed these days. We're not in the regiment anymore. Most of the work we've got to do here involves moving around and being somewhat a little bit more subtle.
Yeah, but if you've got a prisoner who's trying to run and they're at 400 meters, you gotta shoot him with something.
He grabs the long rifle, hefts it a little bit, takes an aim, and poof. I will have to roll for this.
Critical fail. The gun jams.
As long as it doesn't explode.
I think it'd be better if he nearly gets a critical fail, so he just
He's going to
misses
use
massively.
a point of fate. He rolled a 91.
Wow.
Yeah, that sort of roll.
An 18. That's much better. And so that is like, because it's a sniper weapon, it's an accurate weapon, that gets so much extra damage that the one target at the max 1 kilometer poof, just obliterates. So you can just about see from here there's a puff, and one of the targets just disappears.
Oh, fantastic. Hey, hand that over.
Hands you the long las.
This is what he does bad.
Are you going to aim at another target at the 1,000 meters?
Yes.
Okay. It's got a scope on
This
it.
guy one up me.
The scope basically ignores range penalties, and you get an aim, and it's an accurate weapon, so it's a plus 30 on a ballistic skill test.
Oh my god. And you get to aim for 2 turns.
Yeah, so it's a plus 30 overall. And with that, a 32 on an 80, that is enough to be a success. This next target goes poof and disappears as well. Not bad, is it? I mean, it's not got any hot shot
Not
packs or
bad.
whatever installed, but it'll do the job.
Sure you don't have anything bigger? It feels like 1 kilometer is just not enough range. I'm looking over the long las, like I've already got one of these things. I've seen these before. Come on.
Okay, let me have a quick look then.
Tell me they have a missile launcher. They've got to have a missile launcher.
Let's see, what do they have?
Although I feel like we're gonna hear that at dinner. You should hear the whole mansion go.
In the middle of the meal, we'll just have like a las bolt go over the.
You're just lucky
table.
we're using the shooting range and we're not like taking pot shots at the ornaments on the palace or anything.
All the children.
This is the downside. You can't really have Garrett around, but when you let him out of your sight too, he shakes the entire mansion with missile launcher fire. And so it's just like, what do you do?
Hey,
There's
that's
no
not proven
middle
yet.
ground.
That's not proven it with me.
He points to like a big ass sniper rifle on the wall and goes, "Well, that one's got about the same range as the long las, but nothing beyond that."
It's a little disappointing.
He picks up the carbine again at his side. This is his one, which has got a few more bells and whistles, and looks at you and just. He's going to shoot at 3 targets that are within distance of each other. 33 will do it. He hits all 3 targets, and you see 5 like bolts go, all but 1 hitting the targets.
You have a lot of practice.
I've been in the regiment for about 25 years before I mustered out.
How could I come across one of these? Surely you have one that you could part with.
It's the friend of the governor. And he goes over to one of the walls and pulls down one of the carbines and hands it to you.
Oh, yes.
Be careful with that. It takes standard Lance charge packs. You can see the torch on the side and the full auto mechanism. It's reliable at least, but be a little bit careful. It's a fine beast.
At the moment he says careful, I'm already shooting shots down the range. I don't even care if it's at a target. I'm just shooting.
Ah!
Yeah, you fire until the clip just sort of goes out of charge, out of charge.
And start looking for a place to attach it to me. I'll just put it in my vest for now.
Yeah. So you have a an Actran pattern las gun. It's actually a las carbine. It's a basic weapon with a range of 60 meters, with rate of fire single, 3, 5. I'll give you the full details for this during the break. Does normal
Sounds
las gun
good.
damage, clip is 60, it's reliable, has a torch, but it's also compact, which means that it is harder to notice if anyone tries to look for it on you. It's pretty decent. So, with that, the rest of the team fly over to the caves, and we're going to go to a break. We'll be back with you in about 8 minutes. So feel free to go check out, for instance, the Patreon, or get yourself a drink or take a bio break, or whatever you need to do, and be back here in 8 minutes to see what happens when they finally start to enter the caves. And I imagine things will become a lot more interesting as they go into enemy territory. So yeah,
Nah, we got this. The
Stick
plan's gonna
around.
go off flawlessly.
back in 8
You
minutes.
say enemy territory, but everyone's friends now, right? We got rid of the bad apples. We're good.
That's
It's gonna
totally
be
how
the
it
boat
works.
abduction all over. It's gonna go perfect.
Hello and welcome back to Roll4It, where we're playing some Dark Heresy. So far the group are on a penal colony. They need to get into a cave network where they're keeping a load of prisoners and then find out where alien parasites have been bred from. The team are ready to head over there with their new goodies in some cases. And
Alien parasite bread? That sounds awesome.
Totally. That's what you were eating like at the dinner table, didn't you know?
Yeah.
See, that's how I can get back
tell
at
from
this
the fact it
planet.
was green and wiggling sometimes.
I don't know. I was having too much fun shoving it in my mouth.
Mm-hmm.
The gun
watch
too.
out, man. He was like a little kid.
So, without further ado, that all went rather well. The conversations, so forth with the Kismets,
Yeah, that went
they
well.
agreed to help you out as much as possible. Garrett has himself a new toy. You take Skybeast over, fly over the deserted barren land in between Beta and Alpha. Eventually get to Alpha. You go to the main compound, which is probably about 200 miles out from here, which is not a particularly long ride for Skybeast. It doesn't take you particularly long at all, but as you land, you notice this is a motley collection of buildings.
Yeah, you can't just say Sky Beast.
We
Yeah.
need to get
Come on.
like
Say
an
the
electric
name,
guitar
please.
riff. We need an electric guitar riff, and we need some big hair just headbanging on the
Yeah.
screen as soon as
Working on
it
it.
plays.
Do we just play it on a speaker every time we lift off or
So
land?
you land down at Alpha, and there's a motley collection of buildings there, nothing particularly over the top
Build the
or
Vox Halo onto
obvious.
it.
But when you land, you notice that there are a number of Arbites waiting for you, along with some of the Planetary Defense Forces, and in addition, there are a couple of people in sort of guard outfit. You recognize at least the captain of the guard from earlier talking to the Kismets. And he nods at you. I'll be a liaison with the rest of the ground team here if you want. Follow me. We'll take you through to your quarters.
I articulate liaison to Cassius.
I look at the Arbites with some suspicion, but I say, lead on.
It's okay. The Arbites here were handpicked by your friend Juncker.
I noted this.
And leads you through some of the buildings nearby until you get to another building that's sitting a little bit apart from the rest. All of these are either held together by little conduits that run between them to make sure the atmosphere is pure, or you have to go out through very small makeshift airlocks. The buildings here are a lot more makeshift and rugged and just dumped here rather than particularly fancy or long-term habitation or large numbers of people. This is obviously just effectively an outpost.
As we're going, as he's leading us on, do we pass any Arbites on the way? Would I have an opportunity just to step off and just pass on a message? Or make an inquiry?
Sure, but the group will go ahead without you. You can always do that in the minute.
Yeah, I'll catch up. Yeah.
Okay. So you pop off from the rest of the group, excusing yourself. The rest of the group continue on. Eventually, the rest of the group get to this one building by itself. He opens the door, hands each of you a passkey, and says, if you'd keep this one for your friend Carlinus, they should get you into the facility. No one else except for myself has a key to your lodgings. We've included some of the data that you requested. That community over there has a full schematic of the caves that we have managed to ascertain thus far. We have one of the prisoners captured by the Snatch Squad, also been held in the prison back with the rest of the buildings. You can ask for that if you want. We also have the
I kind of
body.
feel like that needs to be our new squad name. Like we need to be the Snatch Squad. Shades on.
That's what they're
what was
actually
the old one?
called. I don't know why
I
that's
forget
funny.
what
Like, genuinely, that's what they're called.
I just can't unsee the child snatcher. The big neck.
We also have the body of the tech priest you asked for, and any associated data that we managed to recover. It's over there in the room off to the side. He gestures towards a room which appears to be some sort of investigational lab area. It's got a few cognites in it. Should you need anything else?
Show me to the prisoner, please. Carolinus, will you join me?
I
Carlinus
stepped
isn't
off for a little bit, but I'll be following soon.
Okay.
Very well. I'll escort you off. Garrett, Branda, is there anything you want to do in particular, or shall I leave you here?
Brander, I'll have need of your services. Someone to hold him down.
All right.
Where do you have your men positioned, just in case the prisoners try to escape?
As per usual, The 3 entrances are covered by watchtowers. Each watchtower and the surrounding area has at least 12 Arbites on it at any one time.
Oh, take me to your watchtower then. The closest one.
Very well. That'll be the main entrance. And he just calls over one of the junior officers nearby, the Arbites, and says, "We show Mr. Garrett here to one of the watchtowers."
Sir
sorry,
Garrett.
Sir Garrett. Yes.
Damn
show
right.
Sir Garrett to one of the watchtowers. Yes, sir. He takes you over to
Oh, wow.
the entrance nearby. Yeah, you talked to the one person who was going to be for the rest of this session and made him think you were a sir. That's going to be fun. Meanwhile, Cassius and Branda, you are led through the facility to a little holding pen. They don't tend to hold large numbers of prisoners in this area, but this is for just looks like it's a generally interrogation area. And he points towards.
How does the prisoner look?
Yeah, he points towards one of the cells back there. It's the only cell that's actually occupied currently. And you see a very bruised prisoner with a broken arm is held by his side very awkwardly. And he's fairly heavy set. Thick brow, orange jumpsuit that has become sodden and effectively almost sort of a dull, sort of dark beige now with just dirt and rock dust. The color having slowly been drained out of it by time.
I'm just going to imagine he looks like Kevin James. So everything I'm doing right now, I'm just like, don't make another movie! Just to make myself feel better.
Are you saying that because his picture was on Reddit this morning?
No, but I did see that.
As far as we know, he belongs to one of the cartels down there. We're not sure exactly which one at the moment, but as far as we can tell, he was trying to mop up some of the food remains and make sure that his cartel controlled the most of it. There's always a bit of a fight for it when it goes down.
Do you have any substances that would weaken his mind? Anything to make him drowsy or put him to sleep?
We do have a few things that we can use. Sure.
If you could sedate him, please.
He calls onto his Vox on his helmet, and then a little, a young medicus pops in. Hi, hey, you wanted, him a little bit, you know...
Unconscious, if possible.
Unconscious? Oh, well, that one's a lot easier to do. Do you want me to bop him in the head for you, or do you want
to... something more gentle, please. Nothing that risks disturbing his mind. I look at Brander with an apologetic look. Sorry, I thought you were going to have to rough him up.
Makes my job easier.
Shoots the guy with a dart gun.
Okay.
And the guy... looks like it's not
He's
the first
used
time
to
it's
this.
happened
He's like,
yeah.
Whoa. I imagine him like Alex the Lion. Now I was like, oh no, there's again.
Yep.
I'm gonna read his mind. Is the guard still there?
Yeah, Captain's still there unless you dismiss him.
Captain, if you could give us our privacy, please. Is there any surveillance on this room?
Yes, there's surveillance all around the facility for safety.
Can I have the surveillance disabled, please? Private business, you understand?
Okay, I will radio you when the surveillance is down. I will go turn it off for you now. And he walks away. Meanwhile, Carolinus, where do you walk off to?
First and foremost, I go and find... are there any Arbites here who I would recognize from the convoy of Arbites who managed to make it out of Maxac?
Roll a perception check.
Man, I would really hope they'd all be on some R&R by now. Oh, nuclear blast? Yeah, get back to work.
16.
16
yeah, you look around. As far as you can tell, a lot of them have faceplates on and stuff being outside, respirators, etc. The ones you see inside, those of them with the helmets off, you don't recognize any of them.
Okay. I just hail down any of them then. And immediately I ask,
yes, sir?
Arbites, I wanted to inquire after the Arbites who managed to escape from the Maxac facility.
I believe they're still in beta, sir. A lot of them are taking over control of that area and have been integrated into the higher echelons and CNC functions.
Do you happen to have any information on the well-being of Officer Rudolph?
I'm afraid not, sir. I can certainly check for you.
Certainly, if you could have that information sent to my quarters, wherever it happens to be.
I can radio immediately, sir, if you want me to. I can get the answer for you in about 30 seconds.
Yes, certainly.
He just sort of stays still and sort of muttering inside his helmet. You can vaguely hear the sound coming sort of vaguely out, not really ascertaining what he's asking. And there's a small pause, and eventually, about a few seconds later, I believe he's vaguely helping out with Yunker with some sort of admin work around the compound and being able to process some of the functions now that Marshal Trent needs replacing. I believe he is recovering well from injuries.
That was very good to hear. That was simply a personal inquiry. I like to keep abreast of my patient's well-being. There was a certain item that I had asked to be transferred to this facility. I wonder if you have any information on whether it's arrived?
Yes, sir. The item you're asking about is it's out there behind your hab unit itself, actually. It's not particularly easy to hide such an item, but it's sitting out there behind the top wall.
Fantastic. I trust the transfer went smoothly.
No problem, sir. Everything went according to plan.
Excellent. Excellent. Well, in that case, I will be on my way. Could you direct me to the suite that has been set aside for myself and my companions?
Certainly, sir. And with that, he shows you to the same compound that the three were. He explains about what was in there, but in a little less detail, since he doesn't know all the details himself. He can't give you a passkey because he doesn't have one, so he directs you to go find your companions. He does, however, then show you around the back, and behind it is a large sort of military-grade tarpaulin in a sort of brownish color, which kind of lies over the top of what appears to be a shipping container. The entrance to the shipping container bound in heavy chain.
I go up and I give a cursory examination of the lock.
It looks like someone has taken a few pot shots at it with a las pistol, but the lock is held. It's a decent quality lock.
Praise the Omniscire. Okay, well, given that, I give the lock a little bit of a tug, just making sure the chain's still standing up to things. Satisfied with that, I go off and I look for my companions.
Okay. Garrett, you're led to what effectively is the watchtower near the giant pit in the ground, merely like 30 meters away from this main base. This pit is probably about 12 meters diameter and sort of opens up a little bit below the lip into a sort of larger chasm. It goes a good way down. You're talking about 40 meters-ish into the bottom of this area. And you can see down below just these small figures milling about. But every time you try and focus on one of them, there's a little shimmer in the air. And you can't really get focused on anyone in particular. And this sort of distortion as you sort of move your head back and forth seems to be taking place roughly about the top of the chasm itself. And you see small projectors set around the rim that seem to be emitting this sort of weird haze.
I immediately ask my junior escort about the haze.
Right, sir, that's the void shield. It's only a partial void shield, but it stops the atmosphere getting in to an extent. Keeps most of the nastiness out.
I thought you were meant to keep the nastiness in there.
Well, it keeps those in as well. Apparently they prefer them alive, so, it keeps the atmosphere out and it keeps the detritus in.
Well, what can you tell me about Alpha here? How long have you been stationed here?
Well, I was just transferred less than 24 hours ago. But as far as I am aware, there's about 3,000...
So you don't know anything?
I know the general briefing, sir. There's about 3,000 prisoners inside. We don't tend to go in and get any more prisoners out. We don't tend to cross-mingle the populations. Just dump them down there and leave them there. Occasionally we do, grab squads and go in and grab one of the prisoners out to be able to interrogate them about the situation down there, just to be sure that we've got, regular information. But other than that, we just drop in supplies and leave them to it.
Has there ever been anyone escaped from this particular part of the prison?
No, sir. No escapes whatsoever.
Has anyone ever made it past that mesh?
Well, there are a few attempts, but it's quite easy to pick them off as they try and make their way up what is effectively a 40-meter climb, inverted up a rock face to a projector field, which going through the projector field is not particularly comfortable on exposed skin.
I can't imagine it. I can't for the life of me imagine it. It's good to hear you haven't had any escapes. What can I see from the watchtower?
As you look from the watchtower, you can see the buildings nearby, the hole nearby, and a little bit further away you can see another smaller facility. And he just sort of goes, "That's one of the other openings. There are 3 openings to the cave system. This is the biggest and the main one we use. And the other 2, we occasionally change the food drop around so that no one particularly hogs any of the one the food drops."
Do you have an idea what the situation's like down there? Like, how are the prisoners handling themselves? Is there like some sort of weird hierarchy?
I presume so. That tends to happen in most of the groups down there, but to be honest, I don't really care. The scum stays down there, the scum stays down there. That's my
And
job.
what's the sort of what deeds do the people have to do to earn themselves a permanent vacation down there?
Mostly particularly bad crimes, but mainly when they're a problem in any of the facilities, we dump them down here. If they're a problem and we don't need to talk to them again or find out any more information, or if we don't think that they're going to be leadership material or be able to rally any of the other people together, dump them down here. If they're problematic and that they might be too smart or too strong or possibly too charismatic and get people together, then we send them up to Delta and they can be isolated there.
Fair enough. Can I see any type of weapons that are mounted here?
Yeah, like around the place there are a lot of people packing effectively shotguns, a few people packing sniper rifles from the watchtower. There are a couple of heavy stubbers covering the entrance. Mostly seems to be projectile-based weapons.
Okay. I'm going to microbead down to Cassius that I've got a great view of the main entrance to the prison here. It doesn't look like anyone's ever going to get in or out on their own.
I bead back. I'm about to interrogate the prisoner. We should have more information soon.
I hope that goes well.
And with that, Cassius, a voice comes over the intercom. "All right, you're clear. I've turned the recording software off in the room. You're free to go. Your friend Carolus was asking after you. I've sent him down to you, if that's okay."
Thank you, Captain. Brander, if you could, step outside and watch the door for me, please.
All right, and I step outside.
As you open the door, Carolus is standing there.
Carolinus, he's just about to, well, dive into the guy's mind, I guess?
I have good timing then.
Did you just tell me to leave, though?
I asked you to watch the door.
I walk in anyway.
Didn't
That,
watch it close
the
enough.
door, cutting Brander off from you two.
Carolinus, I've had the prisoner sedated. It usually makes the infiltration of his mind somewhat easier. GM ruling, do I get any bonuses for that? Like, is he able to resist if he's unconscious?
He will be able to resist, but his resist will be a negative. I'll probably
Okay.
say he's effectively surprised by that, so it'll be like a minus 30.
Okay.
Especially since he's unconscious, not willingly.
I'm going to start with a Psyniscience just to see if he's a psyker in
Okay.
any way.
Let's see the Sinus roll. A 4.
That's it. You've used up all of your luck.
Wow.
All of your luck for this entire session has been used up just to overcome your innate negatives to Psyniscience.
That's 7 degrees of success you got there.
That's amazing.
This guy is not a psyker. As far as you can tell, not really been around anything particularly strong warpish, although there is a certain flavor.
What?
It doesn't really attach to him. It's more sort
Vanilla?
of vaguely emanating from nearby somewhere, maybe. It's very,
Cinnamon?
very weird background.
Cinnamon.
It's
Pumpkin spice.
Ooh.
kind of weird. It's tainting the air a little bit. It's very, very, very faint. Very faint.
I can't tell the origin, though.
Not really. A 7 degrees of success is enough for you to even detect it. This is a very, very faint flavor, and it is weird. It's almost like it's dampening to an extent some of your psi powers, and it is kind of overpowering the normal eddies of the warp that you use for power. But only ever so slightly. Ever so
I
slightly.
take up a position at the at one of the walls, leaning back, crossing my arms.
I start
It was
looking.
a pleasure to see an artisan at work.
I start moving through the room, and you notice I've left the door to the cell open as I'm walking around, with a concerned look on my face.
Something
So
the
can I
match-
still see in then?
Door's closed.
Um,
No.
I mean, you can come back in if you want. I mean, it's your character.
I'm confused. Which door is open?
The
The
cell
door's not
door
open.
inside.
The cell door's open.
So there's two doors, right?
There's a door to the room and there's a cell door.
Okay, I'm still outside the other door.
Yes. Okay.
Cassius?
This is quickly
everything
devolving
right?
into like an Abbott and Costello who's on first situation. um, something is. It's hard to describe, but something is wrong.
I unfold my arms and stand up a little bit. Wrong how?
I can't describe it.
My optical mechadendrite is now starting to look around, moving around, because it's got quite a large reach. It's actually reaching over to the corners of the rooms, looking at the light fittings.
Yeah.
I'm
Cassius?
basically looking for bugs at this moment.
No, nothing physical. I probed the Immaterium to find out if our friend here was a psyker of any kind, just in case before I infiltrated his mind. If he had any sort of mental defense, I wanted to know about it, but there's a background here that's foul. It's hard to describe other than that. It's
Could it
almost
be
like
the
a
taint of the
stink of...
Xenos?
No, it's something more insidious. But let's be about our business and be gone. I walk over, and I guess I mind read him. I'm going to do it at Psi rating 3.
I follow at this point. He's piqued my curiosity with all this talk of something being wrong, so I'm
Mhm.
fairly close by and watching.
Just dedicated to making my job difficult. I'm gonna fate that.
Okay, a 98.
Well, actually, I don't really need to because I can just cast again, right? Since I didn't get perils, I can just refocus and go again.
Yeah, you can cast again.
Yeah, I'm just gonna cast again. You see me strain a little bit.
Whilst it seems like he's trying to
83.
gather his thoughts,
He's still
And
and as he
straining here.
continues to seem like he's straining, is everything all right, Cassius? Something on your mind?
The what I was talking about previously, it feels like it's dampening my power in this place.
I see.
It's like a blanket over me, but not in a pleasant way.
Okay, let me roll my resist.
There we go.
I massively failed my resist on this one. So 3 levels of success. You see a lot of the more recent stuff, a lot of it, and quite in depth. This guy works for the Red Eye Gang, and that was exactly the one you wanted, luckily. I pretty much randomly rolled which gang you picked from. Roll a 10. So you get most of the information regarding them. They have a base much further down. In fact, they've taken over most of the lower levels, the furthest down levels of this place. This is about 1.5 kilometers underground at this stage. They have also got some arms and armament. They've managed to procure some old, less well-looked-after shotguns from Marshal Trent, although they haven't been particularly well cared for, etc. They also have makeshift weaponry in the form of pickaxes and stuff that were left over from some of the mining procedures that were never fully cleared out. Some of them have even managed to requisition some mining explosives and are using them as makeshift hunting lances. Basically, imagine a spear with a directional charge attached to the tip. Beyond that, Red Eye himself is pretty beastly and dangerous. Apparently he was a mid-level fixer until he came here, at which point he managed to take off and flourish into effectively a crime boss of his own, having discovered something in the underhive levels of the facility itself of Alpha. He managed to
Do I understand? Sorry, go ahead.
He managed to convince somehow some of the other minions or sort of lieutenants of some of the other gang bosses through some weird way to become subservient to him. They quickly died afterwards, but being able to flip large portions of his nearby gangs to his cause, he managed to quickly spread his influence through the area and secure it down.
Do I
you also
have a solid understanding of navigating the caves, though, now? That's the big thing.
Some of the caves, and the bit that goes directly down to Red Eye's, effectively, dominion? Yes. Because this guy goes there with the food.
All right. I turn to Carolinus. I said, well, I wish the news was better, But there's good news and there's bad news. I
Start with the bad.
I call Brander on the Vox, and then I also call Garrett. We're at the prison right now. I finished my interrogation. If you both wanted to join us.
Certainly.
I'll walk back in.
As Brand is walking back in, and since we're in the cell, I just murmur, though I'm not whispering, but did you have a chance to read my note?
No, unfortunately, I did not. One of the staff must have moved it away, or something of that kind. What did it entail?
We'll speak later, in private.
Certainly.
Do we need this prisoner?
No, he's disposable.
I move around. I just grip the back of his head rather gently and just tilt his head up, position my Medicaid mechadendrite around the ear, and then and straight back out. And let his head just roll forward.
Okay. At this point, Brenda enters being very close by, and about a minute later, Garrett comes by.
Just can't take you anywhere, Carolinas. What the hell?
All right,
By the time
gentlemen.
you get here, there's blood covering the front of this guy, just been leaking out of his eyes, tear ducts, nose, mouth, ears.
Well, it does look like the interrogation's complete.
Yes, and there's good news and there's bad news. I can give it to you in whatever order you want.
What's most pertinent to our investigation?
Well, that would be the good news. He was with the Red Eye gang and handles food deliveries, so I know the way to get to Red Eye.
It's a good start. What is the other news?
The bad news is that they're heavily armed and well supplied down there by Trant himself. They also appear to have access to explosives and several other nasty little things that could lay traps or otherwise be used to injure us. So I would urge caution as we go down into the caves.
You're saying it's dangerous.
Yes, but I thought we were going to be going up against rabble, prisoners with shivs and so on and so forth. It appears as though they have access to real weaponry, so be prepared. They may have stubbers, shotguns. They appear to be using some kind of weaponry that's an explosive attached to a stick.
Any heavy weaponry?
Aside from the explosives attached to spears, I didn't see any.
Well, if Garrus is on point, they'll never get close enough to use them.
Certainly.
Am I right,
I'm mad
Garrus?
at that. I was thinking you might want me to go ahead and scout a little bit. Might be useful.
Certainly, I suppose. If Cassius is able to brief you on the intricacies of this clan, what they wear, how they communicate, I imagine they have some sort of signal, maybe even tattoos. I could easily dye your skin to resemble them if Cassius can explain it to me.
As far as...
In fact,
What's our
while that's
time
going on,
frame?
I'm starting to look over this guy's neck and obvious places.
What does our time frame look like right now for the operation? How long do we have until we're going into the caves?
You're the evening of effectively the day you made the plan right now. Then you've got midday the next day, and then midday the day after was when you were going to go in, wasn't it? No, it was midday the day after that, because you wanted 72 hours.
72 hours. So I'm going to take some time. I motion to the rest of the group. I'll compile everything I've learned into a data slate and distribute it among each of you so that you can peruse on your own time, Garrett. I would wait until you've had a chance to read through. If you'll excuse me, I'm going to get on that right now. And I produce a data slate and I start walking away towards whatever the hab is or whatever they have us living in right now.
Yeah.
One more thing, say before he leaves. So you say he was part of the gang. Did he ever see the facility where the parasites were made or harvested?
He was a sort of a mid to low level guy. He never really got particularly deep into the cavern network. He knows that they were guarding something down there, and he always wondered, but he never got down there particularly. They were very protective of it. Very protective of it.
I turn on my boot heel and look to Brander. No, unfortunately, he was a low-level operator. They used him mostly for supply deliveries. There seemed to be some areas that he was not allowed inside of that were jealously guarded. I'm assuming those are the ones that we're looking for. It'll all be in the report.
Well, they kept it all secret. Interesting.
And with that, I stomp off.
Looking to Garrett and then to Brander, given the situation on what kind of nest we're entering, while I would of course caution that we shouldn't fire first, unless it appears that they're about to fire on us, I do recommend you bring, well, I shouldn't have to tell you, but the heaviest firepower you can muster.
I don't think this is an environment where we should be firing second at all. This is a prison.
Agreed.
If anyone's going to be fired upon, it's going to be them.
Hopefully not until we are at least behind whatever means of fortification they have, because I have no doubt in a gang environment they have means to fortify themselves. We don't want to fight a protracted siege surrounded by enemies.
How long does it take me to get the data slate done?
So you're just entering all the information you know on that, are you?
Yeah, I'm just writing it down.
It'll probably take you about an hour and a bit. There's a lot of information in there. And this is effectively going over it, mostly bullet pointy, not exacerbating like full detail, because there's a lot of information you pull out of someone's brain.
Is it the, do I also have all the information on the gang tattoos and like hand signals and everything like that?
Yeah, you've got some of that. I mean, it won't
really
be for the entire place. Mostly, you know, what this guy knows is his gang, and some with the others, but mostly superficial. But yeah, you've got a lot of the information there.
Okay. Let me know when I'm done then, and I'll give it back to the rest of the group.
Continuing with Garrett and Brander, it may be, given how cooperative the governor and through the governor the Arbites are, and of course his personal bodyguard, it may be worth our time to acquire sufficient munitions. If it's possible to charm a weapon or two from them, then by all means.
I produce a very large grin and the las gun that I got.
I note it.
They seem quite happy to
You build some
assist.
sort of cut down las rifle with a bull pump configuration that's.
I had wondered where you'd got it.
Carolines, just roll a flat intelligence.
Okay.
81.
No.
Yeah, you're not familiar with this. You don't know.
Brander, I know you have the what's the name? Sorry, the flamer thing on his sword.
Exterminator.
The exterminator, but I'm afraid at the moment it is spent. I'll have to get a new one.
Indeed, perhaps the guard are able to facilitate that.
I'll have a
At the
look.
moment, my ammo stores are quite adequate. Frankly, if we were able to exhaust them, we are already dead down there. But having an exterminator would probably suit you well, given that if you're in close quarters with many of these, then that is exactly what you want to do.
Yeah, hopefully it'll actually hit them this time.
I laugh at that.
I chuckle and just give him a clap on the back as I walk past. Well, before I forget, one of you has a key card for me?
Yes.
Or is that with Cassius?
Ashes.
I believe
Yeah.
Cassius had it, but he would have handed it to us to give to you, I'm sure.
Did he?
I assume. Cassius?
Apparently he forgot.
No. Oh, okay.
I forgot.
That's fine.
I was
No.
too busy
I just-
diving into mines and extracting
I'll just say
secrets.
I think Cassius has it. He's keeping it
I'll
warm in
speak
his
with him.
pocket.
Extra one. I've got it in my
That is
seat
a
pocket, and it's all yours.
Disquieting thought, but thank you, Garrett. Well,
I assume
I'll
you all
leave you
walked back to
to
the hab.
your musings. Yeah,
You all walked back to the
pretty
hab.
much.
They let you in, and you can get the key card off Cash as he's inside writing on his data slate. You notice that inside there is what seems to be
Is
a
this a
lab
communal
with
hab
commentators.
or?
It's a communal hab. You notice inside there seems to be like a lab attached with the body of what looks to be like tech priest lying on one of the couches nearby inside of it.
I immediately forget
Um,
about asking about the key card and go over to the lab.
Okay. So
I'm a
there's
simple
lot of
man of
information
simple
there.
desires.
There's
Shiny mechanical things.
the Mechanicus and his body. There is the data when they send the Serra Skulls down into the underground to be able to map it occasionally. It's a few months out of date, but it's still there. You can look at whatever you want. It will take time to fully go through all the data you have for all of these different things, so you can prioritize one task over the others and start doing that. What would you like to do first?
I would prioritize the cognites.
So the stuff
Adding to
rescued
our
from the tech
map
priest.
information.
Oh, the map information. Okay. So you prioritize the map information. Sure. Roll me a tech use test. An
The
87.
dice don't like me today.
Yeah, you're Cassius
Before
this
you
week.
have to-
You're Cassius. You to Cassius.
Before you have to effectively go to bed for the night, you don't really manage to make heads nor tails of it with an 87. There's a lot of fragmented data, and it hasn't really been put together in a format that you would like to use. You've got little flashes here or there, but you've got nothing particularly useful as an overall scheme. Certainly nothing that would help you out in a tactical situation. Cassius, you finish your report with all the information you've got. Branda, Garrett, anything you want to do tonight?
I'll inquire about getting an exterminator for the chainsword.
Make
I
a
imagine it'd
requisition,
be a bit hard, but I do already have like a spent one that maybe could just be fixed up.
make a requisition roll at like -20.
I'm going to try to find some Arbites who've actually been down here on some of the snatch squads to see if they can tell us any information about how to get in and out safely, like what to expect from these guys.
Okay. Branda, yeah, you don't manage to get with 53. As far as you can tell, they don't tend to use flame weapons around here. So no, like, flame-grade Promethium either. So sadly, no. You could
With a
try
shot.
and use the normal Promethium, but it's not
I was
designed
gonna
for
say.
that.
We could siphon some stuff off the Sky Beast. Might be dangerous. Could explode. Could kill you all in a fireball.
I'm going to say you could do that if you choose, but it certainly wouldn't be the normal exterminator as it so acts.
I don't bother with this.
Okay. Yeah, they don't use flame
I've got
weapons. So no,
grenades.
there's-
They'll do the job.
Yeah. Garrett, you wanted to... Sorry, what's that?
I wanted to find some Arbites who were part
okay.
of the snatch squads.
Sure, yeah, so the Snatch actually went down earlier to grab that prisoner. They're still around, and you managed to find them in the barracks, as I pointed out to you. There's a group of about 24, of whom about 6 are in the barracks at the moment.
Cool. But what are they doing? Are they drinking? Are they playing cards?
They're playing
are
cards
they
around.
practicing?
Playing some sort of poker.
Oh, I'm going to grab a seat. I'm going to say, can I join you guys?
Yeah, and sit down if you wanna.
Ooh,
Who you with?
this is the first time that anyone has tried to do gambling.
I'm going to point out that our village idiot is sitting down with an unlimited expense account to play poker with a bunch of random guardsmen.
And this runs off
I
logic,
don't
by the
see
way.
this- I don't
Can't
see
wait
this
to see
going
how
well.
this goes.
What do you guys playing with?
Well, I'm also playing with smokes. You can play with cash if you wanna. You got some on you.
How do we even handle? That's out of character. How do we even handle that? I don't
You
think
have
anyone
like
carries
some
cash.
like thrones on you as you're sort of walking money. You also have an expense
Oh,
account.
fantastic! I'll put down whatever thrones I have.
Okay,
All
you
in
like
straight
dump
off the
like
bat.
you've got quite a lot on you for walking around money, so you dump like 300 thrones straight down. And they're like, "Well, I'm out." Like 2 of them just back away immediately.
I imagine Garrett, he plays like Michael Scott does. Like the first hand, he's like, all in.
All in,
Yep.
exactly.
The other 4, like
You've got a pair of threes.
3 of them, two of them just straight up say like, "Look, I'm not gonna play for that hand, but I'll watch." The other 2 have a little bit of a talk, and one of them pushes like his low sticks towards the other one, and like hands him some cash, and the other guy turns around and goes, "You can play if you wanna." One hand.
Deal me in.
Okay. It looks like they've pulled
And-
their resources for him to play.
While this is going, I'm going to be asking them questions. I want to know just basic information about how they get in and out with the snatch squad. How do I identify, safe situations to get in and when they actually need to fire? Because we need to know that.
Okay. So you'll get some of that information. We'll make some tests for that in a second. But firstly, can we do a gambling check?
Oh yeah, let's do it.
So what does this come off of?
Logic.
Logic.
Flat out logic.
Just flat logic.
No.
Okay.
Yep, it's
It'll
flat
be a
logic,
logic
an opposed
test.
logic test.
But it's gambling. Shouldn't it just be like a luck roll? Like a...
Dice is
Flat
luck.
logic. Is he playing the game well? Is he playing the game poorly? Basically.
But if it's like... Oh, no.
My target's 15 on logic, by the way.
Yeah.
I rolled
so you
a
rolled
33.
33, which is 3 degrees of failure. I rolled 3 degrees of failure.
Oh.
So what happens?
Effectively, you end up with like the same hand. You both look like a pair of like kings or something.
Yeah.
So it's like next hand. Cool. So roll again.
Okay.
You should cheat. You have sleight of hand. Cheat your ass off.
Yeah, can I do that actually? I do have sleight of hand.
Yeah, you
I'm
can
not the
try and
dealer,
cheat
though.
if you want to.
Sure.
Gonna get
Okay.
married.
How much do you want to cheat?
You're
You're gonna have to roll it again. I need to know how much you want to cheat before you roll.
I want to cheat as much as possible. I want to cheat to have a winning hand.
Okay, so straight up, you want to get like a plus 60 bonus to your roll.
Oh, on the logic roll? Sure. Yeah.
Okay, that'll be a minus 60 to sleight of hand.
What? That's an impossible target then.
Yeah, how much do you
Damn.
want to cheat by? Like that's effectively
Okay. I got you. I don't worry about it then. We'll
Okay.
just go with the
Aw.
smallest amount of cheat then. We'll go for a 10.
Okay, so sleight of hand of a minus 10 will get you a plus 10 on the next roll.
Let's do it. Yeah.
You succeed. You subtly manage to palm the extra king from the deck as you hand the cards back. You have a king up your sleeve now. So that'll get you a plus 10 on the next test.
Let's do it.
And you did succeed by like 3 degrees of success. So I will also say that any ties go to you.
Okay.
That
take
is
that.
No.
I'll take that.
You rolled
No.
a 0-1.
the best
0,
possible roll in the game.
1.
So I've got that king, but I also have 4 aces, so
No, you got the best roll possible. And you have the king. So, what happens is, with the
5
cards you
kings?
have in your hand, and you have in front of you, ace, queen, jack, 10, all in diamonds, and you've got the king of clubs. Oh, but the one in your sleeve is the king of diamonds.
just swap them out. Yeah.
Royal flush. I have full house.
They need to learn to shuffle the.
I rolled a 17. He has a much better logic than you because he is the best gambler out of the group. You rolled a 0-1.
Dude, you're about to get your ass kicked. Nobody pulls a royal flush on their first hand, high stakes like that.
It was a
You're about
second
to get-
hand.
You're about to get rolled in some bushes, dude. It's about to get ugly for you.
The guy's
No
kind
real
of...
gambler would ever accept that. They would shoot you under the table.
Garrett, make a perception roll.
Oh god, he's gonna show up like 6 or 7 hours later, just bloodied and bruised, and I'm gonna have to fix him up again.
Oh, I failed that
87.
disease.
You fail to notice the 2 guys behind you who moved to cover the door.
Wait, I thought you said deception. What's the difference?
Oh, if perception, you roll again.
Well, no, because the target would be 40, so I would still fail by a lot.
Okay, cool.
You cheated too good, man. You cheated too well.
Regardless if you cheat or not, that is just too lucky. Roll flush. That's quite a hand there. You're quite a good player, aren't you?
Do I
Nah.
see any of this happening from across the room while I'm working on the file?
No,
he went
he's
off
in the
the-
barracks. He is
He's
way
far
away
away
from you
from
guys.
us.
Oh, I thought you guys were in the same place I am.
No.
Okay.
It's basically me and you in the barracks right now. I'm in the lab. You're just sat on the table writing. Branda's wandered off to try and cozy up some Arbites to get an exterminator, and Gad's about to get jumped by some Arbites for being a dirty, rotten cheat.
It's beginner's luck, my friend. Deal up.
Also, shuffle your deck better.
Make
I don't mention that.
make a, I don't know, like a deception check.
Well, yeah,
Deception
he's lying, but not cheating.
Roll to not get your ass kicked.
That is basically what this comes out.
This is going to be Caber in the alleyway. That's basically what's
Nope.
about to happen.
46.
That's a 46 on
28.
a 28.
Guy looks you up and down and goes, Perez, Johnson, you mind giving our guest a little bit of a frisk?
Inquisition, freeze! Inquisition, freeze! We'll have
And
the
they come
credentials.
over, and they sort of look you up and down and sort of gesture for you to get up.
I put the cards down, and
All 6 of them, or just 5?
just the 5.
Okay.
I picked the other one. And I get up. I'm like, what's this about then?
Just maybe a bit too lucky for a first-hand play.
Second hand. Can you count?
The first time was a draw.
Oh, he's just made that worse.
The other
He's
two
gonna be
try
kicked
and
with the
like
steel
frisk
toe-cap
you, like
boots now.
start pulling your arms back. Do you resist that or?
Oh yeah, we resist the hell out of these
Okay,
guys.
we're going to go into opposed. I think that's a weapon skill test, and you have to do a strength test to like resist. So if you can roll me strength.
Oh, my strength is so bad.
Yeah, press fails.
Hey!
Yay.
Pass the strength test, just barely. 21 on 25.
Yeah, I got 1 degree of success as well. You got 1 degree of success. So you kind of get boxed in between the two of them, but they don't manage to get a hold of you. He's fighting back.
Well,
What do we
then
do?
I'm gonna bolt for the door then.
He's pretty fast.
Okay,
fast.
yeah, you turn
just
around
moved
to
away
bolt
from
for
the
the door. There are 2 guys blocking it. You now see.
Yeah.
You try and
Okay.
bolt past
Did
them.
those two guys move to try
Yes.
and... Oh.
Okay, you try and bolt past them. One of them pulls out the shock baton from behind his back. As he
I
goes
pull out
past,
my last pistol and point it at him. I don't think you want to do that, my friend.
now you've pulled out a last pistol. You hear the sound of guns cocking around the room.
I get on the microbead and I go, Cassius, Brander, there's a problem at the barracks. Would you mind radioing someone in control here? Get someone to whatever room this is. I assume I know the number.
I
What
beat
have you
the
done?
captain, and I say, apparently there's an issue in the barracks.
I'm surprised they let him get that much out.
Who did you radio there, Cassius?
The captain,
Captain.
the
Okay.
guy who had my Vox from the interrogation.
I'll have a look.
I pull
and
out
see
second las
I'll go over.
pistol and I point it at the dealer behind me.
Who's still sitting down, just kind of
Now,
nonplussed
now.
about.
There was no reason for any of this.
You said my
Just
report was
having
done, right?
Yeah.
A friendly game of poker.
I'm gonna head that way.
Okay.
Sounds like it's time for a good old mind wipe. A
That
big
said,
old
you
mass
still need to
mind
ask.
wipe.
You need to ask where the barracks is because you don't actually know. So it'll take you longer to get there. At this point, the door opens behind them. They quickly look around, and then some of them sort of put the guns slightly to their side, etc. The auto pistol's being held in your direction, kind of a little bit lowered. And
And I'll
the
pull my
captain
pistols back.
is there, and he looks over and up and down and goes, "What's going on here?"
Just a misunderstanding, I'm sure.
Okay, that'll be that way. And you sort of sidle out.
I just wanted to ask him some damn questions.
You left
Did-
the money, didn't you?
He didn't collect his winnings. I
Didn't
was
say
just about
collect
to
his
say.
winnings, he bolted for it. He also didn't
Oh,
collect the money he
300
had
crowns.
on him. 300 crowns lying there as well on the table.
Does he still have
gotta
the card up his sleeve?
He still has the card
Yes.
up his sleeve. Yes, they're definitely
Aha!
not
As
shot
soon as
now.
they-
Can't
as soon as
play
they-
poker anymore.
From
You
now
get
on,
the
you-
last laugh.
You got to attach it to your plate mail helmet from now on as like your lucky charm.
Oh, good point.
I think they're going to count up and like, there's only 51 cards. Son
Yeah.
of a...
You have just add to your inventory. King of clubs. I mean, actually, it would be.
King
it
of
would
the
be
club.
like. It would be. What would it be? It would be the Sigilite. Trying to figure out how they change the card deck for 40k. But it's effectively King of Clubs. Cassius, you come running around the corner, and Garrett's standing there, tucking his pistols back into his holsters, and there's a
I'm
lot of
just
Arbites
laughing.
looking from the door, glowering.
What did you do? I look over his shoulder.
Apparently, these men can't take a joke.
How funny was the joke?
I pull out the king and I show it to him. It was hilarious.
I was making my way over. Do I arrive around now?
Yeah, you arrive around now as well. You see him
I
like
see
pull
that,
out
like-
the King of Clubs.
I see nobody's being shot, and I just turn around and go again, shaking my head.
Oh, that was great. So, what have you all been up to?
I hand him a data slate, and then I hand everybody else a data slate who's been there, or at least a copy. If I can transfer
Okay.
to their data slates, that's what I would rather do, because I guess I probably don't have a backpack full of data slates.
You two are the only ones there.
Oh, I
You
thought.
didn't tell
I thought
Carolina
Ranger was
anything was
here.
going on.
No, everyone but Carolina's is there.
Okay, so I hand off the information to Brander and to Garrett, and then I vox Carolinas. The information packet is complete.
As you walk back
Um,
into the hab, he is in the lab section, so you can just hand him it.
I hand it to him.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
I
pester
added
the
to the other data slates I've been looking over.
I'm gonna pester the captain to see if there's anyone else from the Snatch Squad that I can speak to.
Okay. So the next day, because effectively you've got to the end of the first day,
Before
you
that,
can go
though,
around and ask a few of those. Yeah.
towards the end of the night, I'm just like working through this, not really making any headway. And I imagine, once the group kind of all come back together after their various escapades, and the story goes around as I get filled in as, oh my god. There's a couple of drinks, etc., and people file off for the night. But as Cassius is going to leave, I go and I try to get his attention before he turns in.
Garrett, you notice that your data packet has a lot of pictures. Like a lot of pictures.
What
Like
kind
arrows. Just like bad man arrow. And then like with the gang tattoos, they're like really cartoony and colorful.
This is very helpful, actually.
Oh my god! He's basically Pug in the 41st millennium.
I need like a Shadowrun style heads up display so that I can actually see who they are and see their hit points and everything, or else I won't know what's going on.
No, because then you'll never stop playing Shadowrunner Go. It'll turn into like Heretic Go or something.
No,
Just wander
not
around the
again.
entire series looking for it.
Heresy
Not
Go.
again.
I can see it. But yeah, Caroline's, you managed to catch Cash's attention.
Yes.
Well done on the information you managed to gather from what was his name? Well, it doesn't say. It probably doesn't matter. And I put down the date slate. I've been, idly perusing it whilst we've all been drinking, and I gesture for him to take a seat.
All right, take a
Whilst
seat.
the others file out. Have the others left at this point?
Yeah. It's pretty late.
Cassius, there is a number of things that have been playing on my mind, and I'm sure, especially given your recent brush with death, they've been playing on yours as well. It seems wherever we go, the odds are stacking further against us, and there is little that we are able to do to even those odds. It's all we can do to try and catch up, but we're slowly slipping behind.
I agree. The situation becomes increasingly hopeless with every mission we're given.
I don't know whether that is a sign of the times we live in or machinations of Khan. Honestly, I can't entirely dismiss that thought.
I look as though I think for a moment as if I actually want to say what I'm about to say. I have gained Ravan's ear, however. He has commanded me to report specifically to him. I file my reports as normal, but for the last few deployments, I've also made special information specifically for him, at his request.
Reassuring, yes. Truth be told, ever since we were sent to find the lost library books, I've had my doubts of Khan.
Actually, I forgot something earlier. Cassius, when you rolled that 7 for your Psynescience, you also detected a very faint, weird taint nearby.
Somebody got a weird taint.
It's
It's Karen.
It's something you've almost like. It's a weird. It's almost like a smell.
What?
It's just something that's a bit too acrid sweet.
Really? He's smelling
It's definitely
taints
a
now?
taint.
Really? It's getting worse.
And you
I'm out.
vague feeling
Go to bed.
you might have caught this before, somewhere. It's difficult to make out, and it's certainly an unsettling feeling that makes you feel that you've got goosebumps.
Do I remember that it was from the library in the room?
Make a logic check.
No! I'm doomed.
An 18 on a target of 5. I actually
that's not too bad.
I didn't mean to say an intelligence check, though, so that would be a target of 25, so you actually have succeeded 2 degrees success.
Oh, cool.
Hooray. I said logic by mistake. But yeah, intelligence check, you make it. 2 degrees success. It feels somewhat similar to what you've encountered down in that room in the library. Beyond that, you then feel on the very edge that there is that weird suppression of the warp, but it's not so much a suppression like it's been flattened, but like every channel of the warp is being pumped just with background noise that's a very uniform, kind of solid wall. Very minor, though. Anyway, sorry, get back to what I was saying.
Yeah, go ahead.
I've forgotten who spoke last.
It was you.
I'm so sorry. It was me, was it? Okay, so I'll wait on Cassius's response.
What was I responding to? I've forgotten at this point. We got sidetracked.
Sorry. That's my fault entirely there.
Damn it! Okay, well, you know,
you were saying that it was
the
good
gist
that
of the conversation.
you had Ravan's ear.
Oh, yeah.
Effectively, was where we got to.
Oh yeah, you had
That
said
is-
that Ravan requested that you report to him.
Yeah, and then I said specifically that the whole thing with Khan, it seems to have just been getting worse ever since the library mission. That's what the last thing I said. That ever since we were sent off on some fool's errand to chase down a lost book.
I feel as though our mission in the library was more important than Khan led its credence to be. Ever since that place, I don't know, something strange with the energies of the warp. That place was foul, beyond all
I left my-
reckoning.
Hood a little bit. He can see my eyes. I frown. Yes.
It was foul, but whatever was there has followed us in some respect. And I'm not precisely sure how yet, but I've been trying my best to
I
reason
pour
what it
a
might
drink.
be.
I imagine there were spirits out and various alcohols and things like that, and we were just drinking idly through the night while we were talking. And I just pour a glass, a fairly full shot glass, and I do the same for Cassius. Then I sink back into my chair. If I'm honest, it frustrates me given the trials that we are now enduring. Sometimes it seems that we are sent on little more than suicide missions, yet we manage one way or another to pull through. The space station was a mess. Honestly, this almost turned into one. In many ways, it still is one.
It's true.
It's frustrating that Khan so quickly dismissed the opportunity that was presented to us on the library world. The fact that after everything we did, we had this small glimmer, this just to cast away the potential information we could have gotten from the scrolls he just had destroyed. It could have been researched. Perhaps they would have led us to a better understanding of how to combat our enemy. Understanding an enemy is often the swiftest way to eliminating it.
Heresy.
On Versepis, there's an old wives' tale about a hunter who goes out to chase a fantastic beast. Not necessarily a malignant one. The beast doesn't harm anyone. It's minding its own business. He spends his entire life hunting it, and they have a lot of battles, and they all come out as a stalemate. And over time, the hunter, he loses friends to the beast. He loses his mind to the beast. And in the end, he can't remember why he's chasing it at all. Whether it's for revenge, or whether it was just to kill it in the first place, or whether he just wants to see the creature dead and he just hates it because it refuses to die. I feel very much like our situation is similar. Before I left home, when I would travel, you would look out at the stars and you would think how marvelous it was, how beautiful it was. Now when I look out the windows as we head towards our deployment, all I can see is the treachery, and I feel my heart hardening. It's hard to see anything as beautiful anymore, because you know what's waiting for you once the lander hits the surface.
And the saddest part of all of that is the treachery seems most often to come from our own kind. I take another drink. Do you remember that orange-furred beast?
I do. I take a drink.
I wonder what... I look around, almost as if second-guessing what I'm about to say. Then I sigh and sink down a little bit. As much as I know Garrett acted in good faith, I wonder if he was blinded by it. The creature did less harm to us than many of our own people have. And I'm not even talking of those who have crossed some boundary, who've dabbled in heresy.
I look as though I think for a moment, and I kind of look around the room, just making sure that there are no eyes on her, that anybody's saying, like, looking in or anything of the kind. I know what you mean. When I entered the creature's mind, it meant us no ill will as far as I could tell. There's a latent hostility in some of the minds that I invade, that it's clear that it does not want me there, but this creature just seemed happy to be able to interact with us. It felt like it had hope, like a chance that it was going to survive after whatever it had been through. Obviously, that ended quite swiftly when Garrett decided to kill the creature, and he keeps saying something along the lines that I was ensorcelled by it, but our minds were merged at that moment. We were speaking inside of each other's heads. I'm sure it was a logical imperception for him, but that's just the way it is whenever I enter someone's mind. I have to focus on the task.
I sigh heavily, and I lift up and I push back my hood, and I seem to be relaxing a little bit, but it's clear that there's a heavy weight. You know, my expression is grim, kind of dour. Even amongst my order, there are those who confuse understanding, knowledge with heresy, with... They do not trust themselves. They have so little faith in their own abilities, their own strength, that they'd sooner destroy a relic that could teach us so much.
I fear that is a symptom that pervades every aspect of our great empire. At the Astra Telepathic, it was very similar. There were boundaries, and there were lines, and many students would ask questions, why are the lines there? It would seem to me as though we could become more powerful by perhaps connecting the lines this way, or perhaps changing the way that we use our will to force the warp to do what we desire. And those were outright. I mean, some students actively would disappear after asking questions like that. And I had always wondered, what if they were onto something, though? Wouldn't our empire miss out on advancements that might help us keep the darkness at bay? What if one of those students was fed to the flame, who had the secret to protecting mankind? It would be an awful waste, wouldn't it? I take another drink.
While this is going on, my optical mechadendrite is slowly weaving around the room, moving into crannies, moving underneath things, going right up to light fittings, looking at stuff. I'm just constantly passively checking for anything that could be listening.
Brenda, Garrett.
And that includes Branda and Garrett.
Brenda, Garrett, you both went to bed, didn't you?
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Sure. Roll perception. Awareness.
2980.
Okay.
Was it them rolling it?
Yes.
But it was
You're
us.
asleep. No, you're not rolling perception. You're asleep.
You're dreaming. You're in the land of dreams, my friend.
Dreaming if I
of
got woke
great
up
things
by all
that
this
aren't
heresy
heretical
talk.
at all. Like
And
Lances on the
yeah,
Sky Beast.
Carolinus,
Move.
you don't notice anything untoward. It looks like the room is secure.
It would be remiss of me to say that there isn't danger in knowledge. Of course there is. There are some who lack the strength to wield such knowledge. There are reasons, and good reasons, why those in my order who, for one reason or another, are tasked to investigate the mysteries of ancient technology, or worse still, Xenos technology, though, of course, that's rarely admitted. They are shunned even amongst their own people, despite the necessity of their task.
You see
It isn't
me,
the same.
the little coral emblems on my mantle. You see me kind of fidgeting with them, almost like a nervous tick. My
Weak
question...
minds cannot be trusted with power.
When
Tricky finding which ones are the strong minds.
situation is worsened by the fact that I look around the room. Some people seem to have sanction for such power, and others don't. I would be foolish if I did not mention. Did you see the runes that Ravon was inscribing on the room where they contained whatever that artifact was?
I saw something, though, truth be told, I know. My family, we haven't spoken of them much. I hail from, my family, live on one of the great ships. Not which one, but I spent most of my life on a void ship, on a black ship, prior to my relocation to Mars and rededication to the Omnissiah. I've seen much of your kind, some in the worst situations, some barely capable of controlling their powers. I've seen much, but I must confess I never studied it in great detail. I saw what you're speaking of, but it didn't alert me to anything. Why do you bring it up?
I lean back in my chair and take another drink. I had the chance to speak with Captain Horatio for some time. He invited me to his study. And I confess that my faith was weak at the time. And I advanced a line of questioning as to whether what we do...
I pour another drink, as I've almost drunk through mine, and I take a drink just listening. Slowly making my...
I raised a line of questioning as to whether what we do has any function or meaning in an empire so large, or whether we're simply just another pile of kindling thrown on a fire too big to notice. And the captain, while thoughtful, admitted that he used to be like us, that he might have been an acolyte at one point. And in order to ease my mind, he suggested that I stay the course, and I bear in mind that the rules change once you're the one that has the power. Now, I saw Ravon inscribe those runes, and he's good friends with Horatio. They've known each other for quite some time, from my reckoning. I don't know what the runes were, but they don't strike me as being anything approved by the Telepathica. The only suggestion that I posit here is that perhaps Horatio was right. Perhaps what is heresy to one is not heresy to another man who is more powerful. And in that case, in order to advance mankind, it would make sense to make ourselves more powerful so that those secrets are no longer hidden to us and no longer forbidden.
My uncle, a man I have no small amount of respect for. I speak as if I don't respect the others in my family. I love my father. He's a great man, but he is a man for whom the rules are absolute. My uncle, less so. In not so many words, he's a man of few. He advised me in a similar capacity when I came to him. I take a very heavy sigh and I take a deep drink at this point. When I came to him to ask about what I am about to speak to you of, Cassius, we have fought together. I've seen you bleed for your emperor. You are not a man of weak faith. But you have touched on something. If we are to serve the Omnissiah, the Emperor, if we are to serve our fellow man, we require the power to eliminate the enemies of man.
I'm nodding right now. I have a finger up over my mouth and I'm nodding as I'm listening. Then, if we are of a similar mind, I would only posit a further question. It largely depends now on whether you see us as the hunter or whether you see us as the great beast. In either situation, the ending is bleak.
Like, truth be told, I feel that losing the knowledge of past, whether it be sanctioned or not, is sometimes an error made by weak men who are afraid of what they would do if they were given power. Some part of their soul is aware of their weakness, and it shies away. It is the only way that they can protect those around them from the chaos they might wreak. I do not believe that you are a weak man. And it is for history to decide whether I am.
Isn't that the truth, what you've just said, though? At the Telepathica, I was surrounded by old men. Old, decrepit statues and bastions of, well, men who are too afraid to take what would save us. They're too rigid, immobile. They look at the tenets of what the Telepathica represents and they don't see advancement or innovation. All they see is what they already have, and no further. The torch can only shine brightly so far before the beam dies out in the darkness. But what if we could amplify it? That was always my question that I feared to ask.
I take a long sigh. There's very little in the bottle. A few drips. I pour it into the shot glass. I drink it. Cassius, I'm going to speak my mind before I lose the conviction too.
Certainly.
Khan did not destroy everything from the library.
You mean that he kept them? How did you come by this information?
He didn't keep them.
I raise an eyebrow, and you hear me inhale sharply. You're playing on dangerous territory, brother.
I know.
I would be a hypocrite to say otherwise, because you know that I kept something from the room as well.
I look down. There's a bit of a wry smile, but it almost looks relieved as I look up. I had an inkling, though I put such thoughts aside. We fought too many battles as brothers in arms. I feel I have a good understanding of your character. Come with me. I stand up.
I look over. Can I see Brander and Garrett in the room right now?
No, they've gone off to the adjoining bedchamber where you've got like some bunk beds set out.
Okay. Then I look over at the door to their chamber, just kind of a paranoid glance before standing up as quietly as possible and following him.
Okay.
I go out of the hab module. I lead him around the back. And as we're going, my voice drops to a murmur. And I say, I'm aware of my lack of knowledge in these specific arenas. And whilst I pride myself on my ability to attain new knowledge, walking unguided in an unfamiliar forest seems the best way for a hunter to be slain by its prey.
Well, what assistance did you need? I'm still not sure what we're doing. I look around at the night.
I lead him around to the cargo container. And as I'm walking, I produce a key. And walk over to it. And I hold the log. And all of my motions are very meticulous, very slow, but there's a purpose to it. I know what I'm doing, but I'm drawing it out, almost as if to give myself more time. I kept something dangerous. I'm aware of its danger, and I feel that affords me some level of protection against that danger. I am not unawares, but I am not schooled in these matters. But you are.
I look around before looking at the crate. I stay silent, though. I don't say anything. Just kind of studying Carolinus's face.
I unlock the lock. I pull the chains down, slowly, letting them gently unravel and then hang down. And I put my hand on the door, and I start to open it, but I don't pull the door open. Cassius, I show you this because I trust you to make the right decision. If you look in here and you say it should be destroyed, then I'll destroy it. You can watch me do it, or you can. I've seen what you're capable of doing. But if there is some chance that this could give us the power that would enable us to defend humanity, as I said, you have a keener mind for this sort of thing. And I draw open the door.
As
I
you draw
walk
open the
slowly
door,
forward.
a small stench, just enough that it's definitely noticeable, of sweet, acrid air, slightly acidic, but the air inside is also fairly dry, like it hasn't been open for a long time. In fact, way longer than Carolinus would think. Cassius, 77, fails his Psyniscience.
Shit,
73,
I tried to fade it, so...
fated it and failed again.
At least he didn't get doubles. Oh, well, I guess it doesn't matter.
Cassius,
Yeah, it doesn't matter
There's
on
certainly
doubles.
something disquieting there. It's strong enough that even you can detect that with your failures as a Psyniscience, but beyond that, you're not able to really focus yourself right now. The revelations from your close friend are a little bit too...
I've been
much pain on
drinking,
your
too,
mind.
Let's be fair.
You've also
We've
been
been
drinking,
nursing on
yeah.
that whiskey bottle for like the last
Yeah.
hour.
Yeah. You both should be at negatives right now, but and you are now greeted
creep
by
towards
the
the
sight
box.
of a box, somewhat dark inside, so this is not illuminated. Carolinus's mechadendrite torch shining a little bit down there. You can just about gather that there is some sort of lectern or altar at the end, upon which is some sort of heavy block or tome, of which chains are binding it down. And set around it are bits of medical equipment. There's an IV that looks like it's almost completely drained, if not completely gone already.
I creep forward towards the box. It's dead silent. All you can hear is kind of the crunch of my feet going over dirt and rocks.
As you get closer, you recognize it. It is a fleshy tome that you thought you had stabbed and killed.
There is signs of basically... There is staples on the front of the book. I'm not going to put it any other way.
Yeah, the book has
I
been
stapled the
repaired,
book.
and
It was
you
great.
recognize the manner
Very
of the
satisfying.
repair.
Carolinus, what have you done? I say, look, inspecting the chains that have bound it down and looking at the
Everything I
IV.
could to bind it.
Bind it?
Step in and slowly draw the doors. They're not completely closed, but I draw them most of the way. Now I dial up the light from my stab light, so it's illuminating a little bit better. I saw what the interrogator did. He didn't even think on it. He didn't entertain the thought. He destroyed what you handed him, no matter what it could have done for us. For man. I saved this from a similar, careless fate. But I put its fate in your hands, Cassius, as I've said. You know this better than I.
I looked at, so I'm inside like a little storage unit thing, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Carolinus, why is it chained down?
Because of what happens when it's not.
Looking down at it now, you notice that the skin is pale, stretched taut. and in some places it seems dry and almost like it's beginning to crack in areas.
At this point, I draw the door closed, merely a precaution, and I lock it on the inside. And then I start moving towards the back.
Cassius looked a little jumpy for a moment when you closed the door and locked it. Like, just for a moment, he entertained the thought that it might be an ambush, but now seeing you walk casually back over seems to loosen up slightly.
Locked. Feed my minion.
Yeah. I know you gave it Brander's leg, don't lie. We
Caroline's-
never saw that leg ever again.
Caroline, is your torch still on?
Yeah.
It is
Is
very
there
dim.
like
Yeah, it's on.
is there like the faint odor of a naval officer in the air?
It's on, but it's not particularly bright.
Yeah.
Is it moving?
But as I'm moving towards the back, it is effectively brighter at the back because the source of the light is closer.
Yeah.
Like, is the book like clearly alive when I look at it? Like, is it moving, or is it just
There's
look
a
like a
pump
book that's
attached
furry?
to the spine, and the pump is cycling consistently, going for an ever so slight hum.
What
It seems
I
to be
do as Cassius
propelling
is
blood
watching-
through the system.
I move over to a small crate. It's clearly a medical supplies crate. And I open it up, and there's an array of spent blood bags in there. There's like 2 left. And I just slowly take one out. I hook it up to the IV, replacing the old one. And then the blood starts funneling down the tube and moves through the pump and into the book.
And as it gets to the book, there's a
Carolina's. Can I Psyniscience again? Like, let me know whenever my Psyniscience is on cooldown, because I want to keep trying.
you can sign it now if you want. It will be at a -10 though, because you've already tried.
Okay.
55, target 60. That makes you 2 degrees of success. The book is emanating power.
Although you got to take the 10 off of it.
Yeah.
I didn't take the 10 off.
Oh, 55, target
Unless
50.
you just want to give me a gimme. Unless you
No,
want to give me a
no.
gimme.
The 55, target 50. No, you don't pick anything up. You're just a little bit drunk. Although you do get the sensation that the light is like deadening your senses. Like it's a little bit too confusing in here at the moment with the light as well shining at you
Is
in a very
there
dark room.
any way to take 20 on it?
If you spend
Because
the
we
rest
can
of the
keep
night in here
testing.
and you focus on it and you spend your psychic powers focusing on the book.
Yes.
I'm not
with the
sleeping
book.
in this bloody thing. No way. No way. And if he tries, I'm going to say, no way.
It would take more
You're
than
not
just take
sleeping
20
in
just
here.
because you've drunk a lot. And you've now failed 3 tests almost because you fated the first one. 2 tests.
Carolinus, where is that blood from?
I acquired it on the planet before we left. I'm a chirurgeon. I have access to certain supplies. It was not particularly difficult. If you think I killed someone for it, rest assured I did not.
Yeah, didn't you notice how pale the governor was? He didn't need all that blood.
Nah, it doesn't matter.
91 scrutiny. You're not sure. He might well be telling the truth. You notice around you there are now other medical crates you notice, including like a few that are marked cryogenic organ storage, etc.
Not just the blood, but organs? Does it eat them? Surely, Carolina's brother, you must know that this is foul.
It is foul, and that is why it's chained up. I went as far as I did. I opened it. And I breathe a heavy sigh because this is something that I'm clearly wrestling with admitting. I read what I could, a few pages. What I understood, very little. Gave me the impression that this was a weapon of some no small power. That if I continue to delve, I would become... I seem to search for the word for a long time, and then I just level my gaze on Cassius. More.
As you look at the book now, you
Become-
notice that the front page now has capillaries and veins and arteries becoming more evident. Now blood is back flowing through the book properly, and there are words on the front that start to appear from these blood vessels. And it says, the prince who dances in the dark.
Under no pretense is this safe, Cassius, even for someone who is strong. And that is why I give the choice to you. I have sustained its life. I have not read it again. I did not dare to. Like I said, I'm unfamiliar with these hunting grounds. If you say it should be destroyed, and I point over to a small case of Promethium, the same sort of stuff that I have for my flamer, then we will destroy it now.
I know what my eyes tell me, Carolinus. We should destroy this. This will be the end of both of us if we follow this path. But if you give me a few days...
a bit of a look of sort of a resigned, almost sad, but there's more resignation to that. But as you say, but if you give me a few days, I look up.
Because you've entrusted me with this, I'll admit, I also read the book that I took from the room. And
those lights on the ship.
It
made
me stronger. It taught me new techniques to amplify psychic energies. Whether they're forbidden or not, I've no clue, but they made me stronger.
I cock my head a little bit. Cassius, I do not think even a simple man would ever be able to mistake this as anything but forbidden. You're right, this could end us. And if it does, if we die for the power to save 10,000 millions, we know what lurks on Eridus Dire. We know the kind of creature that was unleashed there.
You should persuasion check me, because I don't know how to advance here. Like, I legitimately, I'll leave it up to the
literally
dice.
Genuinely, your character can effectively just say your character is just a little bit drunk right now, has a lot on his plate, and you can come back to this later. Like, you can legit go, it's in a box, we can leave it here, and we can think.
You call him a heretic, and you stab him in the eyeball.
And you shoot him with a melta blast. I know what you would do, Garrett. I know what you would do.
Because
I want power.
It's obvious to Cassius that Carolinus has left this in this crate for quite a while. And it looks like maybe even Carolinus isn't certain by himself. But Cassius, it's up to you to sort of decide right now. We've had a good discussion from Carolinus about how to proceed, and you're on the edge. Like, you can literally go, I need time to process
I finish
this.
it by saying, Cassius, no decision should be taken lightly. And that is the only reason that I kept this from Khan, is because it would have been a decision taken lightly.
Can I
I'm giving it to you.
Yet?
Sure.
You auto-fail.
-20.
Okay.
Minus 20 still works.
You still did it. 39 with target of 40.
Nice.
With that, you focus your powers on the book. Do you touch the book or anything? Because that will help you focus the power a lot better.
Yeah, I touched the book, even though
Okay.
I feel
Eats your
somewhat
fingers.
revolted. I look obvious as I'm walking over. I look repulsed by this thing. Like, I don't really want to do this. It's like the look you would see on a person's face that knows they have to touch, like, a red-hot doorknob in order to save themselves, but they really, really, really don't want to do it.
As you touch the book, those capillaries and blood vessels that just naturally form over it, the ones near your hand, turn a slightly deeper red, and they shift until they're under your palm, looking like they want to be closer to your touch.
Okay.
It
likes
feels
you!
warm. It feels warm to the touch as well.
Can I
it feels like
can I-
warm skin.
It's a cat book. A bloody vampiric cat book.
With your Sinesience, 39 on a 40, 2 degrees success, plus you're touching it for the focus, you manage to get the sense of power in this book. Like, this book isn't just a repository of mere information. This is a repository of information that has power. There is a lot of power in here, but it is veiled. There are levels to it. This book also has some sort of crude intelligence. You feel, as you focus your power on it, that a mind studies you back slightly. Not a deep or complicated mind.
Stares long
but,
into the
like,
abyss.
it's
Could
the
I
sense
mind
of-
read it?
You can
You
try.
want a mind link with the book.
You can certainly
Oh
try.
my god, you are going full heresy.
I
It's
don't
like 0
want
to 100.
but I mean, I'm trying to figure out how to solve this puzzle the quickest.
You can certainly
It's not
try.
a puzzle. It's a fucking book of heresy. It's not a puzzle.
Calm down, Garrett. You're asleep right now. You're
I
far
know,
too
it's- I
animated to
can't-
be asleep.
I feel like Garrett and Brander are both having this nightmare about some weird book that's
Hey,
possessing
don't
our
put Brander in with you. But Brander might be on our team. You don't know. Nobody asked him.
team. We have teams now? Are we skins and shirts? What are we doing?
We lost Brander again. Nope,
Bye,
he's back.
Brander.
Never
No.
mind.
Oh.
No,
This time it was just Skype that crashed, not the
Hey.
Oh, yeah.
entire.
Welcome back, Brander.
We were
As
saying
he
we
reaches
don't
out to
know
the book,
whose
though-
team you're on yet. Garrett tried to claim you, but I'm pretty sure Carolinus and I can make a strong argument to bring you over to our side, and then we just push Garrett off a cliff somewhere.
I'm
No, he's gone
unconvinced-
again.
I'm
Got it.
unconvinced that Cassius is lost. I'm pretty sure Carolinus is lost. This is just out of character.
As Cassius
I'm
reaches
pretty
out
sure
for it,
Carolinus is
I don't
lost.
know
Save that for the
happening.
after show.
Book of
Save that for the
Blood.
after show.
Yeah,
Cassius.
you're right.
As
You're right.
Cassius reaches out for it, and I can clearly see that he's sensing something. Be wary, Cassius. These are not simply words written on page. And my hand was almost out instinctively to try and stop him from touching it, but I just recoiled.
Do I feel as though it's
Um,
evil from my Sinisians, or is it just like... Do I feel as though it's an
this word
overbearing
evil.
presence?
It wants to make
You
young
can't
black
really, you can't really tell. There is a crude intelligence there. It's not. It's like maybe a fraction of intelligence, or maybe it's the very essence of an intelligence. There isn't like a full mind there. There's no one like plotting and planning. But as far as you can tell, there seems to be something directing. Looking back at you, something directing the capillaries to move, etc. But nothing like. There's no full-on spirit behind it. You can't really say whether it's evil or not with your Sinesian's roll. You would posit from what you know, but beyond that, you really wouldn't be able to guess. It's information. It's information of a deep and forbidden nature. So much so that it's possibly even spawned a crude intelligence of itself, maybe.
My eyes slide slowly back open, and I release my hand from the book. Now I turn to Carolinus.
Cassius, make me a willpower check.
Yep.
It just mind read you. Well, poop. This is why I touch it with metal hands.
12. Okay, yeah. You pull your hand back, and the capillaries under your hand, you notice now, you can see them, shuffle around a little bit confused, almost like they're searching, and then they slide back to where they were and go back to normal pink.
Oh, that's sad.
See, even Garrett's slowly turning now.
Carolinus, you know what I'm going to say now. This book is foul. I've briefly probed into its nature. I would need more time to know for sure, but something lurks in. This is not just a book. It
That
has a
which I know.
mind, and
You
it.
need blood, Cassius.
But it's not just a machination of blood and paper and veins. What it has a mind. Its mind searched for mine. There is something deeply forbidden and wrong here. When I released my hand from it, I got the vaguest sense that it had tried to invade me.
You didn't get that sense.
I didn't get that sense?
No.
Well, then why did I would, like, if I made the willpower check, like, wouldn't I be aware something happened, though? It's like making a toughness check, like...
No. What happened with the willpower check is you remove your hand, and the capillaries are like, oh.
Okay, so retcon.
Okay.
Retcon. I saw the capillaries moving, though.
Mhm.
Yeah.
It was trying to attach itself to me in some respect. Or at least it felt the warmth of my hand. There are layers to this
He
book.
acts in much the same way to mine. There is no warmth in mine.
I
It
step back.
wants to be read, and that is why I have placed its fate in your hands. You are far more qualified to make this decision.
There,
And I take a breath as I have placed my fate in your hands. I believe myself strong enough to withstand what this might be. But that isn't a choice for me to make. There are other men in history who have thought themselves strong.
Surely, I look at the book, and then back to Carolinus. Some, as we spoke of lines earlier, perhaps some lines are too far overstepped.
That is certainly the case.
The book that I read from the library, it possessed no veins. It did not seek to connect with me. It was merely words on a page written by a
Words
man's
that may have
hand.
been scribed from this book.
You raise a fair point, but there are layers to this book that you're not seeing. When I reached
Indeed.
into the warp,
And that is why you're here. I could trust
There
no
are-
other with this.
there are hierarchies. I can't explain more than that, but it seems as though the deeper you get into the book, my guess would be the uppermost layers. I don't know this. This is merely conjecture. But the uppermost layers would more than likely be benign so as to trick the reader into reading further. And then once you start getting towards the depths of what this book holds, my
Which is
estimate
why
that
having
it
a trusted ally, someone you trust to see the signs that you have delved too deeply or are about to, would be
but if
beyond necessary.
the shallows are merely a guise to trick you into wading deeper, I would say that its nature is insidious to begin with.
There are those who would have said that Jakera was insidious by its nature. That it aided us only to lure us into its trap. That is literally what Gareth has said all along. That it offered us a gift to ensorcel us. But you know the truth of that exchange.
I look
Nevertheless.
clearly perplexed, but I shake my head. As a Carolinus, my initial thought is that we should destroy this. There are some
I
things,
point to the cans of Prometheum.
and if it will ease the situation, I can remove all memory of this book from your mind. I can help, but this is a step too far, my friend. What we spoke of earlier, I was speaking
There's
of
no
baby
strength.
steps. This is a dive into the deep end, my friend.
There is no strength in running.
Ooh, Carolinus, you
Not
can
fear.
read. You can read Celtica now, can't you?
Mhm.
Now you're looking at the book almost in a new light. You can see other words on the surface. You can see words down the spine, like all of those seemingly just normal capillaries and stuff almost seem to spell out words here and there. And
Okay.
it speaks almost in a full-on biography of a prince who came from a world in this sector, who then fell and ascended to demonhood. And it tells a little bit more. It's effectively like the description you find on the back of an autobiography.
Demons, and not the ones with just the E-M-O-N. It's probably got the D-A-E-M-O-N, and that's how you know you're in deep shit.
That's how you
come
translate
on.
it, yeah. But
Goodness.
it also tells of the power of demons, like how he ascended, stuff like that. It hints that it has the full-on description inside. Effectively, that is the blurb that would normally be on the back of a book in a shop.
Okay. Cassius, if you want more time to think, then we have time. If you want to destroy it now, then I will be the one to destroy it. I would ask that you not take this strength from me. A victory by default is no victory. And there can be no strength gained from having someone fight my battles for me.
I put my hand on Carolinus' shoulder, and I say, let's be rid of this thing, and I'll never speak to it
Very well.
ever again. I'll tell no one, you have my word. And I tap the white token. I'll never speak of it with anyone, but this... something rings foul about this creature.
Very well. And I move over, and he can see that I'm basically playing with the white token that I have, just basically rolling it between my fingers with my free hand, and I collect the canister of Promethium, and I set it down beside it.
Yes.
I trust you to have made the right decision.
I will lend you my strength, brother. This has to be done, though. Some steps are too far, like I said.
Very well. We'd best be outside of this. It will be an inferno.
I move towards the door, but it's locked.
I walk with him and I unlock it at the time. I know you have a way with the elements. Are you able to ignite that with the doors closed?
I nod. Actually, let me check if I need line of sight.
You need line of sight.
I need line of sight. Okay. I would need to keep it within my view.
If you can get
small
the
crack in the
outside
door,
metal
perhaps.
up to a high enough temperature, the inside will spontaneously combust. But line of sight would help.
Would there
If
be any
you're
way
able
to
to-
rig the canister up with a low stick that's been burned down low, almost as a makeshift fuse?
Oh God.
Yeah?
Would I
If you got
have to make a
survival?
test for that?
Yeah, it'd be a simple survival check. But if you screw it up, you will be inside a container full of Promethium.
An inferno.
I think better of it. I can do this from outside. If you leave the door open but a cracked where I can barely view it, I should be able to ignite it and you can shove the door shut.
Promethium will turn this canister into a bomb. Cassius, there would be no closing the door. Not as fast as my reactions are. And not with enough force to keep it closed.
Would I, be
can
able
chain
to...
it. Perhaps you can detonate it. I've no true comprehension of how extensive your abilities are. But as long as you're able to rise the temperature enough, it should react.
Would I be able to melt it through the canister or through the wall of the...
Your melter burst is pretty powerful. You could go through the wall of the shipping container probably with ease,
Okay.
considering that power.
I motion to Carolina, step back with me, keep watch. And I'm looking around right now.
Very well.
I'm just going
I
to do it at, like,
Start
rating.
chaining the door closed. As I'm going, I do ask. I trust your judgment. You have looked into it far more than Khan would have.
I've given you my word. I'll never speak to anyone about this, but I think you're making the right choice, brother.
And I lock it and then step away. I actually take cover. 'Cause I know what happens to a canister of Promethium.
Okay.
How much damage would I have to do to get through the side of the canister and detonate the bomb?
Honestly, with your intelligence, you don't exactly know. But it is not particularly thick metal, put it that way.
That is such a burn.
Oh,
Okay.
He
just-
never
He
gonna
could
let
have like
go on
lit
that.
that up
No,
with
no.
that burn.
This
That was
is
amazing.
cruel.
I'm going to roll at psi rating 2, I guess, and we'll just
Yeah.
kind of see what happens.
Are you sorcering this?
No.
82 on an 80. You can't draw the power
I'll try it again.
Avak, as you go to close the door, by the way, Carolinus, sorry, make a willpower check.
Okay.
You're going to throw yourself in front of my melted beam, aren't you? No, the
No, look at
book!
that! Look
A
at that!
0-6
I am
on a 30.
My
You
strength.
feel very reluctant to put that like padlock on. You
I
feel very
feel
reluctant to close the
very
door. You
like
stand there
that.
for a good 10 seconds, the door kind of just wavering in your hand, and you steel yourself. You think about what Cassius has told you, and you put your faith in his decision making, and you close the door with difficulty and with a heavy heart, but you do.
What battle brothers are for. You can't trust on your comrade to have your back.
With that, a 44, Cassius pummels through the melter blast. Firstly, if you would... This is not sorcery, is it?
No.
No. So just
I've
roll me
taken cover.
your
Like, the moment I see
D100
going-
for phenomena.
I literally walk behind a wall. Several walls if I can.
You can go behind the hab
Fair.
then. You go around to the center of the hab.
Is there
Yeah.
any reduction because I cast it at a lower psi rating?
No, there isn't.
I keep an eye on him, but I am like almost around the other corner of the hab.
62.
62.
Close.
A shrill
Both.
keening rings out across the immediate area, shattering glass and forcing each living creature able to hear it, including the psychic, to pass a challenging toughness test or be deafened for 1d10 rounds.
That's okay. I'm just gonna blame it on the book. I'll be like, we did the right thing. Do you see
And
what that
what?
book did when I shot
And
it? We
with
did
that-
the right thing.
And with that,
What?
you focus in this power and unleash a torrent of flame and heat that drills through the side. There is a sudden... Windows blow out in all the surrounding buildings. Branda, Garrett, you instantly awakened, and make me toughness test to check whether you're deafened or not.
I'm fading mine because we're gonna sleep anyways. Doesn't matter.
Totally deaf.
Yeah, you get 55 out of 40.
Okay.
I actually take my knee. This hurts so much, but I managed to get my hands over my ears in time.
So everyone is deafened apart from Carolinus. Everyone but Carolinus, roll me 1d10.
One.
Brandon, you're only like deafened for about like 10 seconds or so. Garrett, you're deafened for about 20 seconds. Cassius, yeah, you're deafened for probably about a minute. But roll me damage on the Melter Blast.
Yeah.
Kitty Book is dead. You killed Kitty Book.
I did kill Kitty Book. So
I
it
fancied
was...
it even liked you more than me, and it only just met you. It
Huh.
even tried to give you blood hugs and everything.
It was penetration 4. And
Okay.
then I got to get
Blood
the damage out of the
hugs.
book because I put it in my character sheet weird to roll the damage,
Blood
and so
hugs.
I could
So
just
did they
roll
blow
the
out
damage
the windows
from there
in like
if
the
you
room
want,
I
but-
was in.
Like, how
it
far
molten
around
beam?
are all the windows gone?
Molten Beam is 1d10 plus 5 plus 3 times psi rating. So that's 1d10 plus 11.
Okay.
And you're casting this close enough that it is double penetration, aren't you?
Yeah.
Damn!
20 melted damage.
So that's 20. The pen isn't... You said the pen was 4?
Yeah, but it's doubled, so it's pen 8.
Okay, the thing says otherwise, so I got confused. Yeah, so that is 10, 8, 20 damage. With ease, the side of the crate, within about half a second, melts and runs like butter. This hole, about yay big, just burns through. And instantly it burns through, it touches something inside, and there's a sudden... And you, standing only about 2 meters away from the crate, are suddenly hit by the backdraft of what is effectively a
I was
fireball.
further away than that. I wouldn't fire that.
I was
far.
going to say
how
2
close?
meters?
How close are you?
I can fire it from 10 meters, so I'm at 10 meters.
But you wanted the half penetration, double penetration of half range. So at 5.
It's just at short range. It doesn't say at half range. It
Short
says as
range
long
is
as I'm
half.
at short.
Short range is half the normal range.
Okay, so I guess I would be at 5 then.
Yeah. So at 5, you won't feel the full effect. You will still get some of it as the fireball flies out. Let me quickly flick to the flamethrower table.
I just won't need to shave for a couple of days. All my facial hair is gone.
You're going to suffer head down alopecia.
Yep.
I don't know if I can still grow hair on that side of my face.
Look, Garrett, I did the right thing. And you didn't
Right?
put
I was
faith
celebrating
in me.
for you.
You didn't have faith in me. You thought I was going to go along with it. But it turns out a book that eats human is a step too far for Radical Cassius.
Well, you don't know that for sure because you haven't actually seen it eat Brander's leg yet. You don't have proof.
Yeah, so make me an agility test.
Oh.
$44 and 25. And with that, you are hit by the full force of the blast as it
No.
licks into you. All right, let me roll.
I don't like where this is going. If Kitty Book killed Cassius in self-defense, I'm not even sure that I would be on Kitty Book's side anymore.
Okay, so that is a natural 10, which is Righteous Fury. So to the torso.
Can a fireball roll Righteous Fury?
Yeah, I don't think a fireball gets righteous.
Yeah, I don't
Fury,
think the fireball
object.
has the. Yeah, I don't think the Emperor
yeah,
has
no,
a
it doesn't
fireball
get
track.
Righteous Fury, but it is a natural 10. Sorry.
I was gonna say what? No, that's balls.
Which means that you take 14 points of damage with a pen of 2 to the torso.
Okay. I've got on my torso. I've got 9 total with my toughness, so I only take 5 damage.
7. Pen 2, so it reduces the 9 to 7. 14 damage, so it takes 7 off, 7 left.
It was pen 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you're also on fire.
Goody. I stop, drop, and roll. I stop, drop, and roll, and I'm on dirt. Does it work?
Make an agility check.
You guys can help me put myself out, by the way.
Yeah, the moment I've shaken off the initial blast, and then I turn around.
You take. Is it 1d10 each round?
Yeah.
Not mitigated by anything, is it? Is it mitigated by
I'm
toughness?
literally sprinting
mitigated
to
by
him as
toughness.
fast as my
Okay,
robot leg
roll me
will
1d10.
carry me.
Yeah, I'm just waking up. This is just confusing.
Yeah, you two are deaf. You don't even know that someone's screaming
Exactly.
in pain. You might see it outside your window.
Yeah, you
I
take
don't know.
9
Man,
mitigated
bad luck.
toughness. How much you take?
5.
How many hit points do you have left?
I'm on 2.
2. Okay, Karen, you
I'm
just about
rushing over to try and help it.
get round the corner. In that amount of time, Karen, make me an agility check just to see whether you get there before Cassius has to make another roll, because he was round the corner and stuff, and you were out of line of sight. No. Cassius,
Shouldn't that
make
just
me an
be
agility
based on
check.
his movement speed, though? Because he's at like
It's
16
more
something.
about how fast he reacts, because he's chose to be behind the hab unit to be protected. He said he specifically wanted to be as many walls away as possible. So it's more how he reacted.
31 out
in
of
time.
30.
Yeah, roll me a d10, 65, that's a failure on your put out the flame test.
Oh no.
Gonna die
Come
to
on,
fire after all
Cassius.
this.
Yeah, fire is bullshit in Dark Heresy.
Live.
It's super bullshit.
Live.
In fairness, it's like that in real life as well.
So
I
you
feel.
take, what, like 3 damage, right?
Yeah, I take 3.
Okay, that puts you
This is
at
my
negative
-1.
negative one,
1.
to the torso.
Yeah.
Just remember, you did the right thing, Cassius. As
Yeah,
you're
that
rolling
doesn't,
around
that
in
doesn't
fiery
the right,
anguish.
the right thing doesn't heal 3rd-degree burns.
You can
No,
only
but
take a
I
half
can.
action on your next turn, which means you can't do stop, drop, and roll.
Wow.
No, you do a toughness test first to see if you can do anything, and then you do the agility test.
Yeah, the agility test is your action, right? So you can make a
I
toughness
think
test to see
so.
if you can do anything else, but the stop, drop, and roll is a full action. So yeah, that's the point. Carolinus, you charge around the corner and you see Cassius in flames on the ground. His
Rolling
torso
around in agony.
alight, starting to. You can see flesh starting to melt off in places.
I've already pulled my robe off and I'm trying to suffocate the fire.
Okay, make an agility test.
Yeah, how long is it before Brandon
Who's
or
making
I
an
can do
agility
anything?
test?
Carolinus.
Yeah, what have I?
Brandon, Garrett, you're both deafened and woken up by a shriek. It's going to take you way longer than a few seconds to get out. Cassius will be
Okay.
dead by the time you figure what
It
else
took
is
me
going
10
on.
seconds.
True.
Right. So is this an agility test that my arms are doing?
That's normally finesse and anything with fine dexterity. This is more sort of patting out the flame all over. It's just a flat agility.
Just
okay.
out of character.
I kind
here.
of feel like you're trying to kill me right
Does-
now. Just let him have his bonuses.
Does this facility
Dax won't survive
have,
the next session. I'm letting you know right now.
Does this facility have smoke detectors?
Not outside.
Oh god.
You have fate left, don't you, Carolinus? You will be sleeping
Yeah.
soon. You will reset your fate. So
Yeah, I'm just going to use my fate on that roll.
yeah, 93 almost puts you on fire. With a
There
20,
you go.
There we go.
with a 20,
Oh,
you put
thank
out the
Christ.
fire on Cassius, who is smoldering, whose clothes are almost gone in places.
I'm calling to him. Cassius, Cassius,
Brandon, you
alive.
hear outside.
say something.
Cassius, in the distance.
Mm,
Okay,
that's all I
once
made
they've-
from inside the blanket or inside the
Yeah.
So
robe.
have,
Yeah, he's rolling around on the ground, just smoldering.
My
Yeah,
God.
he's also been
Every
screaming in pain. He couldn't
mechanic
hear
is-
his own screaming, so he's been
And the
screaming
whole
very
time-
loud.
And the whole time, Carolinus is like trying to pat out the fire. He's like, "You were supposed to be the best of us."
Yeah,
so
at this
like,
point,
did the windows in my room blow out?
yeah,
When, yeah. So I'm immediately like leaping up, grabbing like pistols and
stepping on
chainsword
glass.
and running
You
forward.
don't
I'm
have
going to leap
shoes
out the
on.
window to
Stepping
look
on
for the
glass.
source of.
You sleep in your boots?
You're stepping on
No.
glass.
Yeah,
Hey,
you
damn
like
it.
jump down onto glass. What's your toughness?
Oh, this is so
40.
cruel.
I will roll.
I'm coming to rescue my friends. I will bear the glass damage.
Well done.
The glass damage also sets you on
Just
fire.
remember, Cassius, that you haven't even given him a white
Take
token.
4 damage, which you ignore from your toughness. You hobble on top of this glass like a Bruce Willis. It's not really affecting you though. You see
But
through
effectively,
the
Bruce
other
Willis,
window
he's
of
doing
the
it better than Bruce Willis.
like as you jump out, you manage to see Garrett like rolling around in his like bed, getting up, stumbling around, like clutching his ears. He can't see, but he can't hear, but he can see you jump out because you're all sort of effectively in the same sort of bunk area. Garrett, what do you want to do? You are death, but you can see what just.
It's EE.
It's still calling.
E for this.
Okay,
That was
hi
weird.
EE.
Can someone, whoever is calling separately from this call, can you cancel that? I'm still getting called.
Oh, I have no idea.
Okay, I'm
not
gonna
us.
recall everyone.
All right.
Goddamn Skype.
Yay, we're back.
There we go.
Banana
Skype is perfect. There are no
Now-
issues whatsoever. So yeah,
Did the stream all stay up and we're all good?
yeah, we're all good. So
Skype being weird.
Yeah, it's Skype being weird. Like I haven't dropped any frames at all. So yeah, Garrett, you look over and see Branda.
And he's like hopping around on glass.
Yes, he hops out through the window. He looks back and sees you.
I just shake my head and I'm still
I
pounding
shout
my ears.
outside, even hear it, and I gesture to follow as I go to leap through the window.
Branda gestures you to follow.
Ah, fine. I look around for my shoes.
I'm already trying to treat his wounds. Now that the fire's out, I'm peeling back my heavy robe. A Medicaid Mechadendrite moving with great agility.
Sure.
Do I find my shoes?
Yeah, you do find your shoes. You
Yes.
follow Branda a few seconds later after putting on your shoes and grabbing your stuff.
Oh, I don't grab stuff. I just put on my shoes.
Okay, that's 3 degrees of success plus your intelligence bonus. That makes it. Did you take the -10 for critical?
No, I did not.
You
Sorry.
need to remember to do that. That is 2 with your agility, your intelligence bonus. Your intelligence bonus being 4. That's 6.
That's
So
6.
Cassius
Pulls him out
get 6 back. Pulls him out of critical. Branda.
So what do we
Garrett,
find
you-
as we're arriving at the scene?
You run around the corner of this shipping crate around you, which had a tarpaulin on it, which is slowly like going up in the air as it's being caught on fire, and the fact it's a fairly light object on fire is causing it to billow upwards. It's a shipping container that's been parked behind your crate, your building for some reason. You run around, you see Carolinus medicating Cassius. Cassius on the ground, his torso burnt, his flesh bit puckered in some places. Carolinus treating him after having seemingly put him out with his own robe. There is a perfectly circular hole drilled in the side of the crate, which seems to have melted, and there's flame licking up through there as air rushes in through that hole to feed the fire inside the shipping container.
Are there
I run
also
over
like
to the two of them.
Arbites and stuff arriving?
Not yet, you're the closest.
As they come around, my optical Mechadendrite having spotted them,
Cassius,
gesture
you're
to-
up to plus 5 HP. You got a 6.
Yay.
I gesture towards the what I imagine are blown open doors. Did the doors actually blow open, or is most
No.
of the heat expelling out of the hole that was made?
That's why the hole was so
Yeah,
violent,
yeah,
because the entire heat...
I gesture towards it. Don't go near the. Just fire. And
I
I'm
mumble
focusing
something
on
about-
Cassius.
So low stick too close to Prometheum. Bad.
I run over to
Branda,
them and,
Garrett,
like looking.
Can you both make, like, I guess it would be logic checks?
I don't have logic, so okay.
Or to work out if it's a thing that makes sense.
Yeah. 77. Garrett? Yeah, that makes sense. Smoking around Prometheum is bad. Branda, 2411.
Close.
That makes sense, I guess.
Do we also
You're a
get
little
like a roll
suspicious.
to be deceived?
Yeah, Cassius, you have to roll Deceive, and Brandon and Garrett, you both need to roll Scrutiny Fellowship.
Oh god, not fellowship scrutiny.
Carolinus, you also technically have to roll Deceive, because you are technically in on the deceit here.
I'm not taking
gonna
part in it
fade
though.
it.
I am literally focused on him.
Not perception.
One degree of... a degree of failure for Cassius. Branda having the 2 successes. Branda.
So why aren't we counting the logic checks though? Like, because those just seem like they got
well,
hand waved and they don't matter.
No, the logic checks are whether they, like, the scene itself makes sense. Yeah, it makes sense that, like, a cigarette could have done that. It's the deceive that matters, mostly, but the logic check is
Also,
just
it makes
whether the
sense
scene
that I
makes
would
sense.
have promethium in a cargo container that was mine because I use a flamer.
Yeah, like, that's sensible, like, but the deceive itself, unfortunately, with the 1 degree of failure, re-rolled with fate to make it 3 degrees of failure. Garrett failing by 4. Garrett, yeah, Cassius seems like he's telling the truth. He does tend to, bum a fag and stand around the corner of, like, buildings smoking. But
Crazy.
yeah.
It translates very differently in the US, EE. It
Oh, yeah,
translates
true.
really differently in EE.
Yeah, regional translations.
It's all good.
Branda, however, having 2 degrees of success, that's a difference of 5 degrees of success. Branda, often you can't read Cassius. Cassius is a very difficult person to read, and he's a very good face for the group. However, this time, him caught off guard, him in pain, he might as well be screaming. And he is, to an extent, still screaming his words, as his hearing is only just coming back now. He's not telling the truth. And you suddenly realize it's more disconcerting than him not telling the truth to you. It's disconcerting that you can tell.
I run over to them.
I'm on
The
fire.
side of
Don't worry
Cassius. I
about
check
it.
that he's not still on fire anymore.
He's smoldering.
What's
He's
a
not
still
light
on
on
fire.
anymore.
burning fire?
My robe, however, is smoldering. There is smoke
What?
and
Did
just
I
kind of
hear
rising
that
up
right?
off that.
You said you were smoking around Promethium? What?
We've been drinking. It was a lapse in judgment. I'm laying on the
What the
ground
hell
right
is
now,
this
just
crate
looking at the
doing?
You
sky.
look like you're almost dead. How do you feel?
Enough talking. Help me get him
about
into
as
the
well
hab
as I
unit.
look.
Yes. I'll help pick him up. I'll get the shoulders.
Gently.
No, I'm not
I
gentle.
go for his legs.
And with
Why did
that,
it have
light
a
it-
crate full of promethium?
as you
Nope,
try
I
and
light
pick
another low
Cassius up,
stick. I light another low stick.
and Cassius lights another low stick, there is suddenly another
Off his face.
shriek breaks out from inside the crate. This is a shriek of pain, of anguish, of destruction. It radiates
I
around.
drop Cassius. I drop Cassius.
You all drop
No!
Cassius. Cassius
I
Don't
try
drop
not
the
to.
Cassius.
into the ground.
I try not to drop him. I've still got his
All-
legs.
All the windows blow out further around. The bits of glass that are
I
around
cover
get
my
kicked up.
ears.
You can't, because the sound is what tells you that the thing happens.
But I do it
everyone needs to make
afterwards.
toughness tests. You do it
I do it
afterwards.
afterwards. Nope.
Yeah, I'm going to use fate for that
I
one.
make it.
Everyone who fails, roll me a d10 again.
Drat.
There, I faded it.
Okay, so it's Carolinus and Garrett out of...
1.
Garrett, you're down for 6 seconds. Carolinus, you're down for about a minute. That's just your hearing.
I'm
gone.
unable to try and brace my head and cover my ears this time because I'm committed to keeping
Yeah.
to holding
The problem is
Cassius.
you both failed, and with that, the shriek is so loud and so nearby, you both instinctively and Cassius to the ground. However, Cassius and Branda both managed to survive that. Also, at the same time, the very air around you gets pulled from your lungs. None of you are wearing respirators right now, so
No.
it's a little bit worse. But the very air, the very little bit of oxygen that's in this thick, soupy atmosphere, feels like it's pulled from your lungs. You are all...
I was in the process of crying out because it hurt my ears as well. So it's, ah!
Yep.
Do I get purity points for being a badass and doing the right thing for once instead of falling to heresy?
You
Nah.
get badass scars all over your torso. Keep that
I already
that
have
matters.
those.
For one
Well, now
round,
you
you
have
can't
more.
make any run or charge actions. And I'm going to use my something that. Oh,
I heard something.
oh, that's beautiful.
I somehow
You all
think
die.
I rolled
Got
120.
Arrows, didn't you? Yeah.
On who?
I got a natural 100 plus 20. That makes it 120. Let's go to the perils table.
Our GM shouldn't be having this much fun at the prospect of killing the party. He says he's not an adversary GM.
I rolled, unfortunately, on the actual perils table. This is the first time I've rolled perils in the entire show. I rolled a 0-8. So what happens is...
That's not so bad.
Warp burn. A violent
Allie.
burst of energy from the warp smashes into the Psyker's mind. That's everyone around. Sending him reeling. He suffers 2d5 energy damage, ignoring toughness, bonus, and armor, and is stunned for 1d5 rounds. So everyone around
Wouldn't that
here...
just be to the book, though? Because the book is the one making the test? Because that
sort of not.
specifically... It wouldn't AoE everybody if I did it in combat. Like, if I had that come up,
max
it would
damage.
AoE to, like, get everybody around me. It would just get me.
It depends
Well,
what the book's
you're
doing.
not a demon
what
book.
the book is, yeah.
Now, is this ignoring armor?
So I'm going to roll once for everyone. So everyone takes 7 points of damage to the head, ignoring armor.
I just rolled my 2. Oh, you scallywag.
Yeah, I didn't tell you to. I was going to do it once and then just apply it to everyone. It's quicker. So everyone takes 7 points of damage, ignoring toughness, ignoring everything, to the head. Cassius, what does that take you down to? -2?
Yeah.
It's not quick.
I just want to do the after
Adversary
show.
GM.
That's all I
You
wanna
are
do.
blind for 1 round.
I'm blind.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's just 6 seconds of blindness.
Are we done with crazy effects?
And with that,
No.
your hearing, for some of you, starts to come back. By that, I mean Garrett. Caroline is still deaf for another 45 seconds or so. Windows have shattered nearby. There are now, the flames inside have turned like a vague purplish and are almost roaring out in sort of a kind of horizontal direction rather than just billowing as flame.
Come on, E. Come on, E. The governor's going to press the button. Get it over with. Goodbye.
I'm
Section
medicating
A.
myself
Okay.
subconsciously. Force of habit.
Nearby Arbites, a mix of troops from the PDF and some of the personal bodyguard run towards the crate.
Oh, this is not going to go over well.
You are all looking pretty hurt, but still standing-ish.
I'm fine.
I'm not. I got dropped. I'm laying on the ground staring at the sky with a glow stick in my mouth, blind and deaf.
I'm kind of still in a one-track mind. The moment I dropped Cassius, I'm like, and I grab my ears, but then I just pick him back up.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Garrett's got the legs, though, so
ankles,
Cassius is now up by the ankles. And Caroline is still there going, Mop, Mop.
No,
I'm dragging him.
Picked him back
I'm dragging
up
him
again.
back
Okay.
towards the room where I
I
can
don't want to be
throw
able to
My
hear in
blindness
order to know
goes
what I need
away.
to do.
Like,
Okay,
And
you
I
pick him
find
back up.
myself ankles up with Garrett. I'm like, you gonna buy me a drink first, man?
as soon as
hanging out.
Caroline
outside of my
grabs the
mouth.
shoulders. Branda?
There we go.
As soon as I've recovered from the screaming and the brain explodingness and so on, I just look around at the crate and go, "What in the Emperor's name have you done?"
And
I
that
give
is where
him-
we'll
I-
end
I
the
give-
episode.
I give Brander a stern look, like we can talk about that later. I just point to the Arbites, with my eyeballs.
Also, you take, like, all of you would have to test or take a fatigue point because you've been in the atmosphere, but I don't care because you're just sleeping. Get rid of that. So that's where we
I
get
think we've had enough cruelty this session. We don't need to add any more.
We need more. I want to feel pain, real pain.
Okay. Let me just point one thing out, right? Okay. Adavi is currently with Dax. Whatever
Yes.
terrible misfortunes happen to Dax in the next D&D session,
But see, that's
happen
the
to
problem.
Adavi.
That's the problem, though, is we can't keep going back and forth between the series. Like, this is because you did this in the other session. Oh,
Why not?
I'm just fucking around.
Well, you could.
Because I should have killed him last session if that was the case, but everything was fine. You guys steamrolled through and you're all good. I'm just fucking around. It's just a joke.
Yeah.
shit.
I'm
But
expecting Adavi to fall on Dax.
Dax takes everything literally.
we'll pick this back up not next week because next week is Christmas and I'm afraid we all have places to be or stuff to do. See, the one time that YouTubers will actually take a day off apparently. But we will be back. I think we're back on the 1st?
Wednesday.
Well, we're definitely doing Wednesday. So yeah, we're here for all the Wednesday sessions. Don't worry about that. I'm specifically driving away and driving back for Wednesday sessions. But we'll also be back for the next Sunday session will be the 1st. So do check out the Wednesday sessions continuing as normal. None of those will be missed. We're here for your entertainment or hilarity. You can laugh at us or with us. It's your choice. But we'll also be skipping next Sunday. We'll be continuing immediately afterwards, as per usual, though. So, thank you very much for popping along. Do go check out the Patreon and all that jazz, because that allows us to keep doing this. And there will be stats popping up for Marshall Trent on the thing pretty much immediately afterwards. I'm going to go specifically and paste them because I forgot to last week because I'm an idiot. So if anyone wants to check out how Marshall Trent was awesome, then feel free. I cannot post any of the stuff about the book because that is ongoing. And
wait, we didn't kill it? It's not dead?
I can't confirm or deny that until you go inside the crate. Like, I literally cannot confirm or deny that until you go inside the crate, so...
Thanks for this, Carolina.
Wait, is it Schrodinger's book?
This little side quest.
Yeah, it's
turned out great for me.
After show.
That's all the after show. So, I'm afraid we're leaving on this kind of a massive, like, literally the last parting words are, what did you do from Branda? And with that...
I lit a low stick too close to a Promethium canister.
Yeah, you just said, don't make the man
my story and I'm sticking to it. You failed your logic test.
Now there's purple fire all over that place. That's not normal.
It's a really, really good canister of Promethium.
High-grade Promethium,
Promethium doesn't scream.
Oh, really good Promethium does.
Avak, what are you doing and where can we find you?
Well, at the moment, my life is being consumed by Astroneer, and you can find that on my YouTube channel, youtube.com/Avak. I'll probably be continuing with my Mass Effect 2 streaming on twitch.tv/Avak, and Ferret Pictures will continue to show up with varying regularity on my Twitter, which is @Avak_. And I play other things on YouTube as well, but Stardew Valley, other things I've listed for the last several weeks. The new one is Astroneer.
Okay. Bentham.
Okay, on YouTube I am Mangleport Gaming, and on Twitter I am @BenthamPlays, and currently I play lots of Factorio, such as the Master Series with Avak and friends, and also Rodina, and also Astroneer has just started, funnily enough. The bit of a running theme, you might notice. Also, all the old Factorio series should now be coming back because I've finally got around to actually starting to record those again.
Hooray!
I can say it because I literally have a recording done. Because last time I didn't have the recording done, and then I didn't do it. This time I have it.
Are you saying that school's done for now?
Yes. And I have time now.
Winter?
Winter?
It works. It's the same number of syllables. Splat, what are you doing? Where can we find you?
I came back to Twitch streaming this week, so that's at Twitch TV/SplatterCat Gaming. It was a lot of fun. Surprisingly, I thought that I wasn't gonna have an audience anymore because it's been a couple months since I got sick, but everybody was there. Everybody was there, and it was heartwarming. I'm also at youtube.com/SplatterCat Gaming, playing some Astroneer like everybody else on the internet. Just finished the Dwarves. Still working on a little bit of Slime Rancher, although I'm probably going to call that to a close because the whole drilling mechanic's getting a little grindy and I'm just getting bored with it. And then, in addition, I'm also playing a little bit of Deathwing at the moment, which my first cutscene was ruined by a bug, so I'm not really sure what the hell's going on in the storyline now.
It's a feature.
It's a feature.
You're in the Matrix.
Jen.
I'm just gonna piggyback on that and say that I was having so much fun in XCOM 2, playing on the hardest difficulty, whatever it's called.
How do you do it?
Whatever.
How do you do it? I get so salty.
And then at the very end, on the last mission, the everything just went absolutely bonkers crazy. And after I finished the last boss and I won, it's supposed to scroll your stats. And that's all I care about, because every time you beat XCOM on impossible difficulty, you just want to know the stats. How well did I do? Blah, blah, blah.
Mm-hmm.
And the game crashed, and it didn't show me any stats.
Rage.
How
much rage?
As well.
And that was a 3-hour mission. I'm like, I'm just not going to do it again.
Oh,
that felt
worse.
horrible. That felt horrible to tell my YouTube audience that, no, you're not going to see the stats. You're not going to see the ending stuff because the game crashed, and fuck that.
You laugh right now, but that was the most angry laugh I've ever heard in my life.
Oh,
it was
it was brutal.
I played the original XCOM, not the original XCOM, but the new original XCOM, not 2.1.
2012.
Original.
Yeah. And I'd played this campaign. I was playing Iron Man because I was like, I didn't know any better. I was like, oh, cool, I'll play Iron Man. Got through to the last mission, got through to the door before the boss, and it wouldn't open because of a bug. If you kill the enemies in a certain way, that door doesn't open. But it also autosaves you in that room after the door won't open.
Killing all the enemies, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Every turn.
I could not finish that playthrough because the Iron Man didn't save me there.
I'm glad I didn't
why
make,
I never play
this.
Iron Man anymore.
Just a little.
Once, man.
I'm glad this wasn't a series, but I once played XCOM and I beat the game, and as the final cutscene started, it crashed, and I lost it.
The horrible feeling.
It seems to be a problem they keep having, XCOM. It's
I
like
just dislike XCOM's stats. Because it's always like, you look at the stats, it's like, yeah, I did really well. Oh, I did so well. And then you look at the average battles lost. 0. I'm like, what? Across the whole world, the average lost battles is 0. I am good at the game. I lost 0 because I'm good at the game. I refuse to believe that everyone who has ever played this out of the 18 bajillion that are listed here lost 0 games on average. Like, no, they didn't.
If it fails to pull a number, it defaults to 0. Just saying.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that it?
Yep.
Ah, okay. A lot of my salt is gone now.
Oh, and EE. You're talking about XCOM 2012, right? The one that called Enemies Within and Enemies. Yeah, that one. The last mission, even on Iron Man, you can restart it. For some reason, you're allowed to restart the last mission on Iron Man. What you do is you take your, what is it called, the volunteer. You just kill the volunteer, and it'll ask if you want to restart the mission. And just say yeah.
I couldn't kill the volunteer. There's nothing in the room that I could kill the volunteer with.
Oh.
Yeah. No, I literally there's
Just
no way
grenade
out of
yourself?
it. I was like out of grenades or something. Like I'd used a lot of my stuff by that point.
That's hilarious.
And this was my first playthrough, so I was like, yeah.
What are you up to lately?
I never even said myself. I'm just gonna cut
That's
it.
all right, now.
Shen, let me guess. Is it Transport Fever?
That's okay. It is. It is. It still is. I can't stop playing
How
that
did you
game. It's
know?
so much fun. I love
you
playing
know?
with trains. I love playing with trains.
It's like a Stardew Valley.
I
when you
won't
give-
apologize for it because
when
I
you give
love
someone
playing with trains.
Their favorite item. You've given them like 80 times. They're like, this is my favorite item. How did you know?
Yeah,
Wow.
but that's the thing. It's like you give your wife, I don't know, an amethyst or something like that, and she goes chomp chomp chomp. How did you know I was hungry? What the hell, wife? And she just eats it. You know what are you gonna do?
If you like trains, you should definitely come to my new house because a train runs right behind it.
Oh, that's
See, I
going to
don't
be
need
great
that.
for your
I don't
recording.
need that. I'd rather have like
That's
a
gonna be
train
so
set
lovely.
than a real train, just like shaking your house all the time.
Yep.
What an awesome idea. I've got a room that I don't know what the hell I'm going to do with, and it's gigantic.
Ferret room.
Train set.
Train
Big ass
sets.
train set.
make it so the trains you can sit ferrets
Ferret
in them.
train room. You put the ferrets in the train.
Yeah, because those trains are probably light enough weight that they probably couldn't even harm a ferret if they
You'll
bumped
go
into it.
You'll be viral overnight if you film a video of your ferrets riding a train.
Just get them like a
through
little
giant
conductor's
room.
hat.
Especially
Yeah.
because the thing is I'd have like a little train moving alongside a tunnel because I know what Tally's like. She'll lurk in the tunnel like some sort of eldritch beast, and every time the train goes past, she'll just launch out and try to attack it, and then she'll scuttle back into
You need
the
to do
dark.
that with like a slow-mo camera. Slow-mo camera, ferret attacks train.
Now I want to see this.
Mm-hmm.
I want to see this.
You can
Oh,
kind
but
of see
yeah.
her doing that in one of my ferret cam videos because I have the girls in their outside run, and Tally was in heat, so her mothering instincts were crazy high. So every time Midna would try to leave the nest, Tally just out of this little hole because it had like it's like a rabbit hutch sort of thing, so it had like a little area with a door and just a small little hole. She would just lurch out of there like some sort of creature from the depths, grab Midna by the scruff, and then just yank her back into the nest. A few seconds later, Midna would try to escape again, and Tally, it was just fantastic. I caught her all on camera. It was hilarious.
Shen, where can
Yes.
we catch you doing that stuff?
I'm on youtube.com/Shenra2 and twitch.tv/Shenra. I play games all day, every day on Twitch from 9 a.m. Pacific to 5 p.m. Pacific. And lately it's been trains because I absolutely love it. It's fantastic. Anyway, what is up with EE? I'm sorry I cut you off there.
Playing Hearts of Iron Together for Victory as Australia taking over Japan, because as you do. Astroneer reposting the charity stream I did the other day. Oh, what's that?
Are you still called Empire of the Platypus?
No, I'm communist. I'm just like the Australian People's Republic or something boring like that.
At least you have a cool flag.
Yeah, the flag is really cool. And also playing Space Hulk. And I think I just recorded where I got like the lightning claws and stuff. And I was like, this is cool, but I like Flamethrower more. Flamethrower is fun.
Honestly, nothing in the game is as good as just the normal Stormbolter.
It is,
because you
yeah.
can snipe with it. It's the only way to get rid of the rocket launchers that are way down hallways and shit. Otherwise, you're just like SOL while you wait for your idiot party members to shoot the guy at the end of the hallway with the goddamn rocket launcher.
Yeah, that's like that is completely like I completely agree with that. I was like, I really should go back to the Stormbolter because it's the only way to kill people at range. But I'm gonna just play for funsies, even though it's not like the best way to play, and deliberately pick the terrible equipment.
Spear of Caliban, man. Spear of Caliban. It's the only way. Have you
Yeah.
given the? Did you give your Devastator Terminator? Did you give him the plasma gun and see how terrible the AI is with a plasma gun?
Yeah, like he'll shoot like the odd Tyranid that jumps out of the dark. He's amazing at. Like he'll one shot them in the air and they'll go. But when the hordes come along, it's like, what? Why are you even?
He does nothing. It's the
Yeah.
weirdest thing. You give him the autocannon, he'll sit there and he'll spray the whole time, like wiping them out. But you give him the plasma gun and he's just like, I could shoot at that, but I don't feel like it today.
Yeah.
Why?
Like I've never seen him shoot against the hordes. Only ever like the ones. The ones look awesome, but the hordes, yeah. But yeah, I'm also doing that, and of course, occasionally getting out videos of Planet Coaster and City Skylines, natural disasters, and of course streaming on Saturdays, as I do. Not that that's
Roundabouts.
gonna happen for like 2 weeks. Roundabouts do help. Roundabouts indeed do help until a tornado goes through one and then destroys a neighborhood.
But I mean,
You know,
it's
that-
a tornado.
A tornado on a roundabout should speed things up.
I love.
He doesn't
Ramsey's
talk.
mind is glorious.
He doesn't talk the whole episode, but he got that one quip in. It's
Yeah.
like, there it is.
He
That's
got the
Brander.
final line of the episode. He got the
Bentham.
quip in. But yeah, so that's it for us at Roll4It. We'll be back, of course, on Wednesday, and then the Wednesday after, and then back to our normal schedule. If you want to do stuff like supporting us, etc., you can do so by several means, which we've already mentioned, but of course the Patreon is the main one. This is a list of people at a certain tier on Patreon and above who have been so helpful as to help support us enough that we now have their names in the list down below, and it's nicely rotating. We're going to go record the after show, which will also be on the Patreon thing at one of the low levels, so if you want to go check that out, please do. But until next time, don't read books that speak back to you. It could be dangerous. And especially don't set them on fire or stand next to them.
It could also be
Don't
fun.
blow them up from 35 feet away. That's a terrible plan.
Doesn't go well.
Dumb.
I think we should have just left the door open, and I could have casted combustion from 120 meters away. The melted thing was a terrible idea. We should have just done it with the door open.
Yeah.
Should have not done it 2 feet from all the people that could hear you.
That's true. We should have just waited till another time, but I didn't know if I could trust Carolinas with that. After show talk!
Yeah, after talk. Remember to roll for it.
Bye, 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 blah, 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 blah.
Blah, blah, blah.